evening. It is Saturday night. It is just gone 8 o'clock, and it's time for some more Doctor Who. And tonight we are doing the Green Death. And with me, of course, is Chris. Say hello, Chris.
Hello,
And we're
Chris.
also joined by my son Chandler, who is sitting there and has no choice.
Have no fear, the show is good again.
You wish. It was good to begin with. But tonight, yes, Chris, we are doing the Green Death. I mentioned before we come on air though that we've kind of lucked out with the Pertwee run so far. I think we've had a lot more hits than misses, uh,
Yeah, definitely.
and it's been a really good. I think we've got a new appreciation for the Pertwee era as well. I think because it's been strong. I mean, look, there are things that are very much a John Pertwee um, Pertwee identifications then Pertwee character traits of his Doctor that yeah, I know we get the reverse the polarity all the time, and Kung Fu Doctor is a you know third Doctor with Kung Fu grip is it is a thing, but I think we've also been given a Doctor Who that's been in a completely different direction to the second and the first, and I think that we've also been lucky in how well the productions have been. No, obviously we've had one or two which have been under par. Carnival of Monsters. That was absolutely tragic. But I think we've the production values that of most of the episodes that we've seen, considering that they are over 50 years old. You know, or coming up to 50 years old in some cases. Obviously, because we're now into 1973, I think, with the John Pertwee era. They've held together really, really well. Um, I mean, I haven't seen any of these on Blu-ray. I don't know. I know some of them have been redone. We saw the redone effects for Terror of the Autons, and that looked really good.
Yeah.
That did look really good. So yeah, Chris, how are you seeing the Pertwee run so far?
I think it's great.
Yeah.
I a lot of it I hadn't seen before. I mean, I have seen tonight's one
Yes.
before, and it's like I've seen some of I suppose the more popular
Mhm.
ones. I had seen Spearhead from Space before, and some of the Alton
Yeah.
stories. But yeah, I think with their inclusion of Havoc doing a lot of the outside effects with the
Yeah.
vehicles and the stunts and that made a huge difference. And I don't think they've ever recaptured that because that was
I mean,
great.
it is a very much a massively shifted tone for the show. Like anytime they've done unit with Doctor Who, it's very much been just sort of just getting the best extras in that they could and just sticking them in a uniform and calling them unit.
Mm-hmm.
But when they brought in Havoc, I thought it was a really nice change of pace. That they brought in a professional stunt team and that changed it up a bit, and also the fact that they kept working with actual soldiers as well, and brought in the armed forces into Doctor Who as well. That was pretty good. Um, but it has been a massive step up in the series in terms of values, which I think is when we get hit by episodes that aren't up to quality, um, that's when we ourselves are going, oh, this isn't bad because we think it's bad. This is bad because it's bad.
The standard's been set higher, and now these
Yeah,
episodes are just not.
yeah,
Yeah, makes sense.
and but no, it's good to get Chris's point of view on this because you really, as you said, Chris, you hadn't really seen a lot of the Pertwee run, and I do enjoy John Pertwee as the Doctor. I think that I've said to you before as well, Chris, that I think he's the more believable Doctor. That there's something about the way he carries himself as. I know people tend to look at him as a bit more James Bondish,
That is the comparison I tend to hear.
but
Drawn, yeah.
but there's a naturalism to his Doctor, whereby yeah, but you can kind of believe this guy gets stuck in. That this guy's you can believe his brilliance, you can believe his arrogance and his ego. He carries all of that, and it's sometimes just good when he gets taken down a peg.
Mm.
You know, that's always a nice thing to have as well. And
And the
and the
props, the
props, yes,
props.
obviously, yes. Pertwee's props. We've got to talk about that as well. The guy absolutely loved working with things to do business. Just he put something in the man's hands and he would work it as best as he could. And again, he was in the same sort of way that you see people in sci-fi. Sometimes they're given a computer and they just button bash. And then you see other people like Brent Spiner,
Yeah.
who literally can play the panel. Like, you know what I mean? It's a different sort of thing. Like, he looks convincing,
Yes.
and John Pertwee always makes it convincing as well.
I'm pretty certain if they'd have put a keyboard in front of John Pertwee, he'd have started touch typing, no problem at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And tonight we've got the Green Death, which we mentioned last week as well when we were talking about the Master. This is Jo Grant's way out. This is her final episode, and we need to talk about Jo Grant as the character, because she's had her ups and downs throughout the series. Lucosa's just joined us as well. Evening, Lucosa.
Hello.
Mate.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to talk about Jo Grant before we get into it. She, as a companion, is one of the strongest. I feel. I think that there's an overlooked. As a companion, she's overlooked for people like Sarah Jane, for people like Jamie McCrimmon, Ace. Particularly within the modern generation, I can't blame the modern generation because they've not really had the opportunity to go back and re-examine older Who. But you know, when people say, you know, or Amy or Rory or River Song or something like that, I can't really blame them for it. But you know, go back and examine somebody like Jo. Jo grew up in this series, I feel. And even she had moments whereby she bounced back to a sort of a more teenage attitude in it and a more girly attitude, but this is the one whereby she's firmly like, you know, it's I'm a woman, it's time to move on.
Sure.
And there's
Well, Katie Manning that was the first one to refer to herself as a Who girl.
Yeah.
You know, a play on the Bond girl thing.
but yeah, and but this was there's also a point in this as well, and I think what I like in the relationship with this story, in particular in this one, you kind of feel like there's this fatherly vibe around what's happening with him and Jo Grant. She's kind of lost a little bit of the infatuation with him as the Doctor, but she's ready to move on and do her own thing. And she's ready to move on with her own life, and the Doctor realizes it quite early on in this as well. So there's a lot of nice moments in this, and of course there's a lot of good moments in this, which we got to talk about this just a little bit, which gets brought up in the death of the Doctor.
Oh yeah.
In the Sarah Jane Adventures.
Oh yeah. Yes, I know.
No, you forgot about that.
Something I know, folks.
Yes. So like, can't fault of any of Perry's companions, and he's the only Doctor I can say that about. I mean, yeah, there's quite a few that you can point to, quite a few Doctors, and you just be like, oh, please stop. I mean, you know, a lot of people think that 5 had too many.
He tends to get you know, bagged with some annoying ones as well. I think people think characters like Turlo or maybe Adric tend to be kind of, you know, annoying types.
Yeah, don't Adric, take him away.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, 6 didn't really have, you know, 6 introduced Mel into the mix, which I think a lot of people have problems with, because again, that's a wasted character, I think. We got time. We can talk about companions at another time.
Sure.
But I mean, if we're looking at wasted companions, geez, I mean, we really don't know that much about Grace, the 8th Doctor.
Yeah.
You know,
she was in one story.
Yeah.
Really, that we've seen.
So that's really you know, there's a few mind. There's a few companions we could go through.
Yeah.
Chameleon, still the worst companion.
I was
Chameleon is the worst.
Going through 5th Doctor companions, I was like, well, there is that robot man.
Yeah. But as for Katie Manning, as for Jo Grant, I feel like this wasted companion, through obvious reasons, is Chameleon. Yeah, I mean, I reckon they could do Chameleon good these days.
yeah, wouldn't I mean, with the effects technology and things we have nowadays.
No, just good storytelling. Screw the effects. Just
Well,
good
you saying good
storytelling.
storytelling about these days, really?
They could do.
Chameleon is no K9. I'll put him that.
Yeah, no,
you
he's
know?
not. But
So-
they made K9 work. They were forced to make K9 work.
And it was great.
Yeah. So yeah, getting back to talking about Joe Grant though, she's had her ups and downs. She's had her oh doctor, why doctor, but doctor moments. But at the same time, then she's had her moments of really going out there and doing her own thing. And I think it's a good outing for her this time around. Because this is kind of her lead in the way, dragging the doctor into something that he doesn't want to be dragged into. And I think it's a really good story for her to go out on.
Yeah.
I genuinely, I do think so. I think that it does change her character a little bit. Because it makes her more of a eco warrior.
Sure.
Which I don't really. Did you ever get the vibe, Chris, that she was an eco warrior?
Not really. I must say, I have got a lovely picture of Katie Manning with a Dalek, but you can't show it on YouTube.
No, you can't. No, you can't. But
no, she never really gave that sort of impression. She came across as someone that really wanted to learn science and understand, the scientific side of the universe. That's the way she came across to me.
And I think what I think as well made Joe Grant a good companion for the Doctor was that Chris, we've all seen that pic of Conda Lucosa. Yes. The thing I think what made Joe Grant a good companion for John Pertwee was that she could keep up with him physically and in terms of she wasn't exactly the bravest, but she was always willing. She would scream at something that was just ugly. She would just be like, ah! And sorry.
No, you're not. You're not sorry at all.
No, but she would. It wouldn't even be something scary.
No.
It would just be something like, that person's got an ugly face, I'm going to scream at it.
Yeah, I get
And
you.
I keep looking at you when I say it.
Stop. You're projecting, Dad. That's what it is.
But I think what makes her good as a companion is the fact that she can keep up with him.
Sure.
She's an escapologist. She's a scientist.
Yeah.
She's a good assistant. She draws questions. She's outgoing. She's proactive. I think she's got all that going in her favour, and she's not bad to look at. So I think that there's everything that you could ever possibly want for a good companion for Pertwee. We're going into The Green Death, which is a story about pollution. It's a story that's about the dangers of just chemical processing and all that stuff. The thing is, what I find interesting about the story though is that it's using miners and miners' rights and workers in that vein, and they say like, oh, we're closing down the mine and opening up a chemical plant. And what I find interesting is the fact that in that context, they're replacing pollution for pollution.
Sure.
They're not. It's not going, oh, this one's better than this or this one's worse than this. It's kind of just going, well, this is what it is. And it's not really it's not really one is better than the other. They're both really, really bad.
Yeah.
Which I find.
I'm going to annihilate the language here.
Yes.
But I've got a question that you might be able to answer. Is Clan Fairfatch a real place in
No.
Wales, or is it? No, so that's a that's a made up.
Right. So this is good. It's Llanfairfach. Right. Is how you pronounce it. Unless of course you're Katie Manning. She absolutely butchers it. Yeah.
Not, yeah.
But you.
Oh, I got the first syllable right.
But I think what's interesting about that actual thing though is that she was actually dating. At the time, she was engaged to Stuart Llewellyn Bevan,
Okay.
who plays the Professor Jones in this. Right now, even though he was born in London, his parents are Welsh,
Sure.
and so he's got a natural Welsh accent anyway.
Right.
And so he can actually pronounce the words properly.
Right.
He can say place names and everything, in the proper as they should be said. So
not
I
like
find
how
it.
we wish people to say it.
Well, I find it interesting that in this she actually botches it.
Right. Even
And
though she's, or was it dating? Or
yeah, she's engaged to him.
Yeah,
right?
engaged in this.
So I can believe, right, that the conversation when they were reading the script, because she got him the job in this,
Sure.
that I can believe that what actually happened is that she said it wrong. He told her how to say it right, and then said, "No, you shouldn't say it right because you're English. You're going to say it wrong."
Yeah, it makes sense.
And I can believe that conversation happened.
The idea is obviously like if she, she had the ability, the means to say it correctly,
Yes.
but Joe Grant wouldn't have said it correctly.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
That makes sense.
And that's just what happened here. That's amazing.
Exactly. Look at it. Just
No.
get a point for effort.
If you look at the sort of where it's supposed to be set,
Yeah.
and where the locations in that area, there are a lot of clans.
Aye.
Because it's near Caerphilly.
Oh yeah.
It's just the other side of Caerphilly, heading towards Newport,
Sure.
and they actually reference Newport and Cardiff in this as well. So you get an idea of the general area, it's sort of Bronmawr area, and there's a lot of clans, Llantris and Llanfairfech, things like that. But there's no Llanfairfach.
No.
In that area. Yeah, and again, Llanfairfach kind of means small church.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, how small is this church? Is it
either-
literally a cross on a seat?
It's either redundant or it's mythically small.
So somebody just nailed a cross to a chair.
Yeah. Hey, praise the sun anywhere, I suppose. But,
It's just big enough. Well, we used to have really small churches, mind?
oh yeah, no, I suppose we would have.
Yeah,
little
we did.
villages and things.
We did used to have. There used to be a church that could only hold 9 people.
Why, I mean.
It was basically a garden shed
but
with
the
a cross.
village,
But
the village probably only had 11 people.
yeah, well, this is it.
Yeah.
Why build anything bigger than that?
Aye.
So yeah, I think that's all we've got to say before we start watching the episode. Unless you've got anything you'd like to add, Chris?
The only thing I will add is this kind of messes Mike Yates up a bit, doesn't it? This one.
I mean, yeah, it kind of does. I don't know though. I think Mike was kind of they were flirting a lot with it, and I don't think there was anything ever serious. I think it does kind of go, well, Mike, you missed your opportunity there. I think that's what this is. Is actually saying, well, if you didn't go for it, then that's your own fault. Whereas, yeah, I think that there's a lot that they do in this episode with those sorts of characters, whereby it's like, there's a lot of good layering in the stories of this. What I would say about this episode overall, though, is that every time there's an up, there's a down.
Oh yeah.
So every time they do something really, really good, something comes along and just kicks it in the nuts. And that's kind of the vibe you get from the episode. I think it's a good episode. I think it's a good story.
Yeah.
But there's things that logistically you're going, I don't know why you did that. Do you know what I mean? You'll see it. When you see it, you'll see it and you'll be like, why?
Sure.
Did you?
All right.
And there's other things that they could have done instead. I think. But yeah, I really don't have a whole lot more to talk about really at this point.
No.
Plenty to talk about after we've watched it.
Lots of discussion and such, but yeah.
Well, by the way, as well, when we talked about Llanfairfach and they saying about it being near Caerphilly,
Aye.
this was actually filmed on location near Caerphilly.
Oh, okay, so it's
It's filmed on the location. The farm is still there.
okay.
That they filmed at. It's actually pretty much exactly the same as it was in '73.
So it's a location.
Mm-hmm.
Dublin for itself. Dublin
Yes.
for a fictional location.
Yes.
All right. I'm with you.
There's a sort of a tone between Caerphilly and Newport and it's there, but it's not there.
I see.
It's kind of like Brigadoon.
Aye.
I can't believe you haven't been out this week taking video footage to show us what it's like now, Carwyn, to be honest with you.
Do you know, we could have.
We could have, yeah.
We actually, I didn't think about it. We could have.
We spent too much time
If you,
messing
all right,
around.
I'll tell you.
I was joking, but Bob...
I'll tell you what it's like.
Oh,
They've
yeah.
demolished everything.
Yay.
The farm is still there, but the pit that they filmed at is now a pair of wheels sticking out of some dirt,
Yeah.
and the ACA company doubles as the chemical works in this is now a big flat open field.
Hooray for the government.
So we could have, but I think showing you an empty field here and an empty field there is kind of underwhelming.
But it was in Doctor Who.
But the farm is still there. The farm is still good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and again, the farm haven't changed, so it's pointless me showing you pictures of that.
Yeah, give it a year.
It's still, it's even still the same paint, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. The biggest one being, why do they have to make the boss computer so irritating? I found, yeah, the boss computer in this is, it starts off okay. It goes a little bit nuts. It absolutely goes doolally tap.
Oh yeah.
It's like it starts off as being this, what are you doing, Dave? To lippity doo dee, and it's and like seriously, it goes off that far of a tangent.
Wow.
I'll tell you what it reminds me of. Epideme from Red Dwarf.
Oh.
The Epideme virus.
Yes.
That's a good comparison, actually. Yeah.
That's what it reminds me of.
In fairness, and to the viewers and such, it's been a long time since I've seen The Green Death.
Yes. But you're
But
about to see it.
I'm sure when we get into it, I'll know what you're talking about.
I'm going to set this up right now. Let me just minimize this window. And we want
We are currently attempting to reverse the polarity.
BritBox. Yes, we're going into a BritBox here. And I'm setting up the Green Death. And we are doing BritBox here. Ting. And I'm just going to press pause for a second. Just so we can all line everything up. Up.
I'm at all the zeros.
Yeah, I'm just going to turn this down because this is blaringly loud.
It's going to probably blow our eardrums out, won't it?
It does it every week.
To be fair, we aren't using them anyway.
We start talking, it's like, and the episode starts, and oh, we're awake. So I am pressing play in 3, 2, 1, launch. Ding 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 ding. It's not time for you to join in.
It never lets me have any fun.
Here we go. Still good looking graphics. It's just surreal enough to get away with it, I think.
I also thought the picture of John Pertwee's face looked really weird. I don't know what.
That's just because it's John Pertwee's face.
Oh yeah, no, you got a point. Llanfairpwll.
And this is BBC Studios.
Yeah. I hope you enjoyed that location shooting, guys.
Let's go there.
Full screen. We're not some kind
So
of.
this is ACA building,
Okay.
which is the now a big empty field, which has been demolished. But yeah, this was I mean, it was there for about 30 years, I think, and then I think it was demolished in about 2008.
Sure. Well, we need more big empty fields in this country, I think. He looks a bit snobbish, that gentleman right there.
Which one?
The one with the glasses and the
Oh, right.
the fur coat and everything.
There's 3 people standing there. Like,
I see where you're coming from.
see, this is where they needed to do the ADR and they didn't.
Yeah, when you can hear the set going like wood. Interesting.
Bobbing? Bobbing about?
Yeah, that's not the best lift movement act ever.
And the thing is, they've got a rear projector there.
Yeah.
I know that they love using CSO.
Yeah, I guess it was the style at the time, you know.
Again, it's playing with a new tech, new
Yeah.
toy. No, he's right about that.
Oh.
50 years, like. Ooh.
Awkward.
Tower Corey is now a zip line
Yeah, it is. Literally, we were there earlier.
and a roller coaster.
And a roller coaster.
And that is Stuart Llewellyn Bevan.
Oh yeah.
He's quite a sort of a chiseledy looking kind of guy.
He looks like he should be in the back of a van playing the guitar.
Yeah, he's got that very what's the
He's in the Michael Praed area of actors, isn't
yeah, but you know he's like a 70s version of Rhys Ifans. But it all went wrong like about 10 years later.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that after this. It all hit the wall hard.
Wow. What, you mean his face?
Everywhere. You wouldn't even recognise him.
Wow. It's the pit. What's in the pit? Except for, very poorly composited lifts. And
That's a nice effect, that glow.
yeah. Well, it's like a paint, I assume. And
Yeah,
shining
well, I
light
hope it's
on it.
paint.
I was good. Well,
I mean, it's probably something. It probably is actually something radioactive. They were probably like,
Yeah.
you'll be all fine.
it was the 70s, man. Who knows? It's lead.
Purpose
Oh,
box.
really?
I don't know. I found it in my house. Brought it in.
It was under the cushion on the couch. I was wondering what it was.
Tell him he built his own.
I thought he built all of his own props and brought with
Yeah.
him.
That's his own TARDIS. That he built it. He's not actually the Doctor. The BBC didn't make this. This is Blue Peter.
He just walked on set with a bunch of
Yeah, he
jobs.
just started doing it.
Good stuff, man. They are not talking to each other.
It's really well written and performed here.
For
The
sure.
fact they got him in the two shot.
Yeah.
I mean,
She's doing her best.
it's good. I think it's good that it's so bad.
Yeah.
Ain't in something green by the
Yes.
looks of it.
Yes. I've seen people turn green after gas.
Wow. We've hit a new low on the show, folks. He's bright green and dead. That is the Doctor's Jan.
I wouldn't eat that apple now. It's just looking brown. I mean, if you're going to South Wales, we all got to be stopped.
Yeah. Well,
I hope she's packed a raincoat.
If she's going to Caerphilly, yeah.
what year did this come out?
73. It's nearly 50 years ago.
I see. Well, you won't find any windmills in South Wales.
That's a bit of an enjoy. Chris, you probably wouldn't understand that.
Apologies.
What? No windmills in South
Yeah.
Wales?
If you look out the window,
I don't recall seeing any.
there's about 105 right around me. Like literally.
Oh, those
Yeah, like
windmills.
turbines, yeah.
I think it's about we're at about 105. I think it is.
Aye, something crazy, yeah. All up on the mountains and that.
Oh, there's a few round here as well.
They're everywhere.
And you can thank Joe Grant for that.
Yeah. But it goes to show how well ahead of this time this was.
Or maybe we're just behind the times
Oh,
now.
we're definitely behind it.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
It's a very, very, very daddy-daughter relationship, this.
I get you.
That's the look of a father's face when his daughter's going, I'm off to the nightclub.
Yeah. You're not going out dressed like that. Oh,
Look how twisted that box is. That's how
It's-
knackered it is. Like the bottom and the top are in two different directions.
Well, time and space, you know.
Got a fair amount of mileage on it.
There's a co-op.
Oh yes. It's laid on a bit thick.
It's not inaccurate though entirely.
It's not sure.
It's
If you're probably in tumble or
yeah, I'd say so.
I mean, for me, that was perfect. He said, "Isn't it?" And boyo, I mean, that's covered the lot, innit?
Yeah.
All was missing was cheese on
if you
toast.
keep going on there, you'll be there now in a minute.
Now in a minute, Pat. Yeah. That's a cow.
The best one I ever heard somebody say was she said it was an American girl and she was talking about the most Welsh things that people have said.
Right.
She turned on this one thing. She said, "Whose coat is this jacket?"
Yeah.
That's one of my favourites.
Yeah.
What was it? Whose coat is this jacket hanging up on the floor?
Lovely.
Well, the thing is, the English came over here and took over, so at least we can do is butcher their language for them.
Yeah.
Oi. I didn't go and take over anything, mate. I'm not guilty.
Metabilis 3, otherwise known as Quarry.
Oh yeah, it's the most of the Doctor Who universe is just quarry planets. to be fair.
There is foliage on Metabilis 3. I like the fact that they did try.
Give them points for that, I suppose. It's a cosy little cottage, yeah.
I think this is the episode that really demonstrates that Jo Grant tries her best, but she is a walking calamity.
Aye.
And I think that is a good characteristic of her. In some ways she reminds me of Matthew. Like she could spill a house brick.
He's living in a coat rack. Don't contaminate his spores, Joe. wonder how you know, it must be kind of difficult to sort of trip on purpose, you know.
I don't think it's very difficult for her.
No?
There's a lot of Katie Manning in this.
Ah, I see. Well, she's a true professional in that respect, I suppose.
No, they say bring your own qualities to the character, like.
Yes. Meanwhile,
On Metabolus 3,
on Blue Quarry Planet, oh, we got the JJ lens flares going on, and a snake apparently.
I think it's done well though. For an alien planet like this, it's not often you get an alien planet whereby it's just swabbed in light.
Yeah.
One no, like we've seen in previous episodes, whereby the rainbow color things,
Sure. Yeah.
you know, bright green forest, bright purple lights.
I threw some good atmospheric sands in on that for a tiny little clip
Yeah,
as
and
well.
we had a bit of atmospheric smoke.
Looks like he's having a little adventure.
Yeah. It's one of those stories whereby you kind of go, I wish we'd seen this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Star Trek made a warp drive out of it. Refused to take that as canon.
It's canon. Just accept it.
Instead of growing mushrooms like that, why can't they just grow bacon?
Well, we can. They're just pigs.
They made a show about it. It was called Peppa Pig.
I think it's nice that they've both got the same haircut. though.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's a couple, isn't it? Yeah.
The brig looks more distinguished.
The what?
The brig looks more distinguished, but I'd say with
Yeah.
that. But so that's the that bloke there, the Mr. Jones, was the one that she's engaged to.
Yes.
Right. So yeah, I'm caught up now, folks. But with it, this man's in a little suit.
They still, it's weird. I don't know, is it weird or not? But they had a relationship.
Yes.
They were together for about a year after this. And then they went their separate ways, but they're still friends.
Well, I mean that's nice. I
So
suppose.
I just find that a bit weird.
People, you know, they relationships, etc. I don't know.
I don't know how many people are still friends with their ex.
I think a lot of people in an ideal world would like to be, but it doesn't tend to work out that way.
Yeah, the giant feet there.
Oh yeah, you gotta enjoy the giant feet. This is Doctor Who, directed by Quentin Tarantino.
That's what I mean. With the quality is up and down. Like every time they do something really successful, like Metabolus 3, they throw in giant rubber feet, slowly moving overhead.
Well, they're deadly talons. They are. They just stay like this.
I'll go a long way to outdo the forest set on Planet of the Daleks, though.
Mhm. Absolutely.
So this guy's like a Captain Planet villain, then? Is that what they're kind of doing? No, he's a guy in a suit in a boardroom getting crude oil.
I mean, yeah, he is sort of the villain, but he's also sort of manipulated as well. It's kind of where we are now.
Yeah.
I find it difficult to believe that you'd set up an oil refinery in the middle of Caerphilly.
I don't know. By the look of the people, you can probably find some good old fossils there. Interesting lights, I guess.
What?
It's got light bulbs, all red and blue and yellow and.
Again, they've gone for the hippie vibe.
Aye. Just not.
I know. Again, it's Katie Manning.
Yeah.
It's what she brings to the role. I think the good thing with this as well, with those two actually being engaged, is that they do have a natural chemistry.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Although I think the star of this episode is that bloke's sideburns. His mutton chops are impressive.
That is actually a pair of very, very strategically trained weasels
I see.
that they've taught to crawl there, and they stay there for the whole episode.
On camera.
I don't know if you've noticed, but they've already changed sides twice already.
I see. On camera, it's hard to tell, but that's what they're banking on. Just everything.
Everybody off camera just throw in crap.
That's great. Well done. Back in the same place we had it earlier.
Can't do that these days. They put a speed limit up.
Aye, 40 miles an hour on that road.
Speed bumps everywhere.
Make sure you put up a
his
barrier.
drive down be like that.
Yeah. just jump out. We're doing this.
Get out of the car and have to put a neck brace on.
Alright, let's see if they do any more shots inside the lift. I want to see that.
It is a weird thing that the choice to go with CSO for that though.
It is.
Because I would have just gone with black.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have a streaking light going past every now and again.
They've got a real lift down there. Where'd they film that bit?
That's in Ogilville mine in Caerphilly.
Oh right. I've been I've been down the mine in Carmarthen. I'm going back sort of like 82, 83 when I was at primary school when we did a week away.
Yeah.
Just wondering if it was possibly the same place. You never know.
No,
Well, there were more mines in 1972 than there were in 1983.
Yeah.
I imagine it would have been difficult to attach a camera to the exterior of the lift going
No,
down.
they could have.
No?
Yeah, it'd been easy to do.
Fair enough.
They've done lots of documentaries going up and down mines. It's not a difficult thing. I'm surprised they didn't use actually stock footage.
Yeah, that's a fair point actually.
I mean, there's not a lot to see going down a mine.
No, it's just a hole in the ground with a...
It's pretty dark.
Yeah. It's cool. I like going down mine shafts.
Again, that's why I would have done it with a light streaking past,
Yeah.
just on a belt. You know, where you put a belt with a cellophane.
Just loop it around.
Yeah, and just keep pulling it and just having the light roll in.
That was the first time I experienced total darkness was down that mine, because when we got down, obviously we didn't go right down because we were school kids, but they took us down so far. Then we went along a tunnel, and he basically stopped us and got us all to turn our lights out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I that was the first time in my life I couldn't see my hand that far from my face. I was like, yeah, this is really dark.
Yeah.
Well, obviously my father used to work in Fernhill Quarry and in Tower
Absolutely.
as well, and he used to talk about going down in the cage.
Yeah.
And this one time they took an inspector down the cage, and he said to the Di, he said, well, look out, Di, we're going to take the inspector, and normally we've said like, don't drop us fast.
Yeah.
Guess what they're going to do? So they got in the cage, and he took the cage down. As he started to go, he took the brakes off, and he dropped them.
Yeah.
And he got down, right? And by the time they got to the bottom, right, the inspector was white, and he looked like he was going to be sick.
Bless him.
And your grandfather turned around and went, "Oh, it's a good thing you only took us down quarter speed."
Oh, I can imagine him saying it as well. That's great. That's hilarious. Look after the woman. Protect the women. Chivalrous, I suppose.
I mean, it's a good choice of location.
Yeah, I could definitely believe it's a mining town in South Wales.
Yeah.
I suppose. I mean, there's visual interest. There's stuff going on. You know, the mine is very. You know.
But no, I mean, it's big enough that it fills the screen anyway.
Yeah,
like
if you have a wide shot, you can see it across. You know.
Yeah.
That shot with them in the car as well. That was kind of interesting. You know, like behind them going towards the mine.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty cool. That's also quite nice.
Yeah, I like it when they used to do all the nation stuff in the '70s shows and that, because it still holds up today because it's real. You know, it's not
Yeah.
effects.
Yeah, absolutely. Cliffhanger.
No, I don't buy that.
No.
No, I will say this: the guy there who's working the break there, he was an actual miner before becoming an actor,
Oh yeah.
and there's a few things that he does in this whereby you automatically go, okay, he's automatically got the experience.
He knows what he's doing. Like.
Yeah. He's relating to, and you'll see it later on, whereby like you can tell like John Pertwee looks good in what he's doing,
Yeah.
and he's very good at the stuff. But like there's a moment like later on whereby he's sort of they're getting ready to go down, or they're in the mine and they're getting ready to go exploring.
Yeah.
And he does this one small thing whereby he'll put his head down like that, he'll turn the light on and he'll check and then set it and then go. And
Which is something if he hadn't done it, he wouldn't normally naturally.
everybody else just knocks the light on and that's it. But he
Yeah.
actually does the check, like,
Yeah.
and it's like, he's been there and done that. You know, it's
Yeah.
just one of those things that
helps authenticity, you know.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's an experience thing that you can't learn from acting. You've got to learn by doing. Like,
Absolutely. With a little recap at the start of the second part.
I would enjoy the first one anyway, Chris.
I thought it was good. Have your second one started now, has it?
Yes, sorry, I meant to tell you this. We're into
He was chatting. We're into the
we
recap.
we're
of the
doing
second
die.
episode.
He's saying stop winding. He's about to pull the lever. There you are. Quickly, man, quickly.
The brake will not work. Oh my word.
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
my
thereabouts.
word.
Yeah. Sorry, Chris. I meant to tell you that.
Yeah,
It's the old BritBox thing.
That's
Yeah.
all right, mate.
So I strongly doubt this would work.
Alright, what are we getting into today? Is he going to reverse the polarity of the lift?
The friction would definitely slow it, I suppose.
It would snap. It wouldn't.
I just don't foresee that actually.
What are they wedging in there?
There's
What are they
no
doing?
way they'd be able to hang on to that bar because
It's the amount of momentum, yeah.
the
It's just.
convection of heat would basically burn their hands.
But it's not only that. The radial force of that wheel going around.
I'm going to assume the Doctor is using his advanced knowledge of physics to grab it in a strategic way to make that work.
I'm gonna call bollocks.
It's all about perception. See? Perception is reality.
No, I don't know what they tried
I'd
to
call that a no-score draw from you two there. Well done.
do. This character here, Bert.
Yes.
I don't know what they tried to do with this guy, but he just comes across as creepy to me.
Sure.
He's a little too clingy.
I don't think it's his fault. I think it's his genetics.
I don't. Yeah, he's just a little too.
Didn't he end up on Last of the Summer Wine?
I don't know.
He's
He's a stalwart of British television in the '70s and '80s. That actor.
Possibly, yeah.
He does seem familiar, and I'm not sure why.
Probably, I mean, you know, the acting around that, actors around that time.
Yeah, true. There is no spoon.
Well, being played by Roy Evans.
Roy
Mhm.
Evans.
So a quick.
Doesn't have a relation to Lee Evans, does he? I don't suppose.
He played Trantis in the Daleks' Master Plan.
Oh
Yes.
He's twice played a miner in the Pertwee era. And later played his brother. He played Bert's brother in a 2004 DVD extra.
Ah,
so
yeah. Okay. Yeah, Roy Evans. Yeah. Treasure Island, Oliver.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Looks like he's still alive though.
Oh, we've got a Green Dead guy. Another one.
Green Dead guy or Dead Green guy?
Well, it's the Green Death, so I assume I said it correct, and anybody else
Yeah.
is wrong. Phone line's cut.
So it says here Charles Bell was renamed Ralph Fell to avoid confusion with a real life chemical company executive.
Ooh. Do you reckon that would have been intentional then when they were coming up with it, that they were kind of taking shots, or was that completely coincidence, do you think?
It's a nice one
Interesting.
there.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I was just looking at Roy Evans' IMDb. I mean, he has forever been an extra small part character, but the amount of stuff he's been in.
Yeah, Only Fools and Horses.
Yeah.
All that
No
sort of
wonder
stuff,
he
yeah.
looks familiar.
He's
Yeah.
just been around like on TV and such. They got some hairstyles in
Meanwhile,
this one.
back at the episode.
This executive guy is a greaseball, isn't he? He's a real. I mean, he's good, but like, he just looks. You know, like a
Well, that other
slightly
chap
good-
there in the middle is every reason why I shaved my head.
Oh yeah. No, I'll go for it. Full mutton chops. You know, Victorian
No,
style. Do it.
no.
Just
No.
stand out, Chris. You'd be fabulous.
So it says here that the chemical company in this was originally called Universal Chemicals, then United Chemicals, and then changed to Global Chemicals because those other businesses actually existed.
Oh,
So
damn copyrights, man.
I'll tell you what would have been a coup if it had been called Torchwood Chemicals.
That'd have been
Imagine that as a callback.
yeah,
You can see kind of some of the cracks in the makeup, which is understandable, but the actual like UV.
the glow effect. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I don't know what it is. I've got a feeling it's something like the the stuff the spray on the reflector stuff. Like spray on you can get like spray on high reflective material.
Sure.
I think it's that. But I think it's
It looks
green.
it looks like the same sort of thing like Jeff Hardy would come out wearing.
No.
Do you know what I mean? Like rave paint or whatever.
No.
But
Because
it's- but
it
it's
reacts when
glowing,
it
that's the thing.
reacts when they shine light on it.
Yeah.
But sometimes it looks like it could CSO overlay as well, though. It's hard.
I don't think so. I think it's
really
a,
well
I,
done.
Yeah,
whoever
I
they've
think
done
it's a
it.
real effect.
I don't know. That's an interesting point, Chris. Actually, because you know, if it is a very green color, they can, you know, color
I genuinely think it's in camera.
might be.
I think it's this. You know, like you get with high vis
Yes.
vests
Yeah,
with
with the stripes.
the
and
white
that on it,
stripe.
Yeah.
Well, you can get that in the spray paint.
Sure. Okay.
I think that's what it is, and I think they just shine in a light behind
So
the
it's
camera
probably-
directly.
Incredibly toxic.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, good. Well done, the 70s.
I mean, for a show that's set in Wales, they found some of the most diametrically opposite
Oh yeah,
accents
yeah.
that you could get. I mean, that's the most well-spoken English.
It's very proper and
Yeah.
you know, whereas the workers are all as thick Welsh accents as you
I,
can get.
and given that we've got Nicholas Courtney here,
Yeah,
Uh,
it's running
I'll
the
tell you
whole
what.
gambit.
From an English point of view,
yeah,
I think the reason they've done that is because whenever I've come to Wales, like when I was younger and that, when my nan's friend was alive, the Welsh accent is always very welcoming and very kind sounding. And I wouldn't say it was, anything more than that.
Mm.
Whereas upper class Englishmen
yeah, that's what I
sound
mean.
like conniving
That's
bastards.
what I
through
mean.
and through.
I don't think they could have gone any more in any other further directions, diametrically opposite.
Yeah, they've clearly cast them in those roles as well, which is you know, it helps. It
I
gets
mean,
the message across
John
very quickly.
here-
You know?
Is talking with a clean, crisp accent,
Yes.
but there's no pompousness to it.
No, he's not like pretentious sort
Yeah.
of, you know. Whereas the other ones seem to be putting on a sense of age, where it's like
There was
they are-
very, very
Oh.
plumb mouth.
yeah,
And again, the Welsh accents here, they're all laid on very thick.
oh, absolutely, yeah. It's they go in the opposite direction,
Yeah.
and you know, he's got a face like leather, he doesn't he?
You think that's bad? You should see his leather.
Oh wow, it's like a face. No,
You say he's still alive now?
He is still
I
alive,
didn't-
yes.
oh cool.
He'll be 91 now. Oh, good
Yeah.
on him.
Yeah, clean living, I suppose.
Now, he's been a staple in Doctor Who as well. I've got a feeling he was in
This
Web Planet.
Little gentleman right here.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got a feeling he was. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure he's been in Who plenty of times. I'm gonna check. What am I loading? I don't know.
I think I have that jacket. That's concerning.
Is it Mostyn Evans? Di Evans, he played the High Priest. Yeah, Death to the Daleks.
Oh yeah.
He's in Doctor Who and the Silurians.
The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
I wish they could have afforded a few more extras.
You think so?
Yeah, because I think
It's a bit
this.
sparsely
Yeah,
populated.
but then again, I think there's also something a little bit pathetic about it that it just works.
I mean,
Do you know what I mean?
I can imagine this being a Welsh rally. It's 9 people with some signs.
Well, give one. Give.
It's the entire village.
That's the Troki festival we almost
It-
had.
oh no. You're right, that's the thing. Oh my, it's bad, folks. Oh my word. Danger, Will Robinson.
No, here's something he does here, right?
Oh, aye.
John's got this Land Rover with a an arm on the back with a thing, right?
Yes.
Now that can lift up and go over the fence, right? But for some reason, instead of lowering it down to the ground, he's got to do this just dynamic jump to the
Alright,
floor.
well, hold on. Let's see how our hero, an action hero, does it. He has no time for lowering cranes. He's got people to save.
Like, but you got to think like, how the hell's he gonna get out?
With style.
Right? He could just lower that down.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it's an electrified fence. Perhaps he's being careful.
I just want somebody to edit in a sound effect of his knees going pop when he hits the ground.
Yeah, he should have tucked and rolled
Yeah.
there. That was a very bad landing.
It's almost a superhero landing, like, you know. Ooh.
Although the way he's running, it did look like he's hurt his legs.
Yeah. Or shit himself.
Try not to swear, he
I
says
know,
to
I know,
me.
I know.
He's the worst
And I
one.
manage it so
He's
well.
the worst one.
But he might have. We don't know. There might have been slippage.
He followed through, is what he means.
Oh yeah, first he followed through and then he shit himself.
Hey, it's your channel, you know. If you want to get
Could have
demonetized,
cut
it's up
that
to
down
you.
to a simple shot, but no.
Right, what's going on in this little? So the villain for this episode is the Outer Limits.
It's that.
It's the opening from the Outer Limits.
Yes.
Yes. To be fair, the Doctor doesn't really seem to climb through as many bars or fences anymore.
No.
You know?
No, normally he takes the steps because they're right there.
He doesn't get the same quality of fence climbing these days.
You can imagine, like, John Perry coming through a doorway doing a dynamic roll just to pick up his coffee from the kitchen.
Aye.
You had to remind me, I've run out of coffee, didn't you?
We were smart.
No, I don't like the way he keeps calling her Blodwyn.
Yeah, Blodwyn.
Yeah. It's just, no, it's
That's
not.
Yeah. That's what
You
you're
gonna
saying.
translate that for me?
No, it's just it's just something that. Oh, here we go.
Dude, alright, somebody just pulled a gat on the Doctor and he just started karate chopping and judo flipping everybody. There's a guy with a crowbar.
That's a truncheon.
He's Krav Maga and
It
everybody.
looks like a petzl.
That was very briefly not jogged.
I'll tell you what, if he's Krav Maga them, they won't get up again.
No. They're dead. Alright. Can he like Neo style dodge bullets? That's what I wonder.
No.
No.
Well, I thought if there was a Doctor that could do it, it would be the third.
Oh yeah, you know. Tap into like the flow of time or whatever and dodge bullets.
He's cocked up there, isn't he?
I love how they're all very polite about the fact that he's got him in a cage. Feels very mastermind versus, you know. So do civilians know who UNIT is?
I mean, I suppose people who are working with UNIT.
Sure, alright. So it's not, you know.
I mean, I think people would have heard of UNIT, you know, United Nations Intelligence Task Force.
But it's not necessarily.
But I wouldn't think that they would know what it's about.
Yeah.
I mean, if you see a military vehicle with UNIT written on the side, you would just I would just assume that you'd say, oh, it's UNIT.
Yeah.
But you don't necessarily know. It's like saying what's the difference between, you know, Marines or Army infantry. I think, you know, you'd have to know your specifics.
Sure, yeah. Like if you were in the know, you'd know.
I think you just think a unit as just being military.
Sure. That makes sense.
So see the false on the end, it should be units, really, shouldn't it?
Yeah. That would just make it sound like you got a terrible lisp, though, wouldn't it? I think so far the sets are pretty good.
Well, it's mostly the tunnels and that one bit he was
Yeah.
on a planet, sort of, because they dressed up a quarry, you know. I think they're okay.
No, I mean they've also had the interior of the mine cage house.
Yeah, yeah, true. That was fairly convincing. What?
An old banger. His mother. He's cutting up his mother.
All right.
A cheap rubbish car, Chandler.
I see. Thank you.
An old banger.
I
Yeah.
getcha.
No, he could. He could physically
You
stop you.
judo chop him and flip him. Yeah.
I didn't like the fact that when he lit that, then the flame was actually behind the valve.
I mean,
It didn't seem safe. I've got to be honest.
to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if that's fairly authentic.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's bound to be dangerous. He's not even wearing a high vis vest. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're not wearing a high vis vest. You know.
See,
what
no,
are you doing?
that's an authentic cage.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't understand why they built the actual,
That
yeah.
that piece of human ingenuity.
It does
in film.
baffle you when they were there. They had it.
It looks bad. It looks real bad. It's no good.
I mean, to be honest with you, that CSO really does look bad, and I think they would have been better off having a sheet on a roller behind
Yeah,
it
yeah,
going round like
absolutely.
that. It would have looked better.
The thing is, you're not really looking for the background to move. You're just looking for flickers of
Just
stuff,
something, yeah,
something
like,
moving.
You know, like when you go down in one, you know,
Yeah.
you'll have the light reflecting off some of the
You
rocks.
you get a
and things
little
going down.
glistening.
Yeah. I'm assuming, for whatever reason, and I don't know why, and it is an assumption, but I'm going to assume that they couldn't use the actual cage for whatever reasons.
They did though.
No, but like actually going down.
They
the
don't have to.
You know.
They don't have to have it go down.
So I'm gonna say, like, in that, if that's the case, it was an odd choice to do CSO on the.
Yeah.
You know, because I think it must have been the fact that it was new, and it was cool, and you could
Again,
do
so
anything
that
with
this
it, you know?
it was this season, pretty much this series, I should say,
Yeah,
was when they started introducing chroma key.
sure.
They literally started it with this show. I think Sea Devils was the first time it was ever used.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why you do that either.
You have no idea what that is.
No. It's I don't know if anyone has ever walked up to a green slimy substance and gone, oh, I'm going to stick my fingers in that.
Ghostbusters, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Huh. I don't know if that's I honestly, but you know,
I
here-
think it is.
here's the thing: if it's got me questioning it, it must be a good effect. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't know
I
exactly.
think like I've got something similar there.
Oh, yeah. Don't start spraying me with it.
No, I had some over there.
Yeah, no, spray him. Let's
Don't.
see an on-camera
Don't
effect.
encourage him.
Oh.
He'll do it. He's crazy. I'm being held against my will.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, see, look on the cape there. Can you see that?
Move it the way. No, I think this too bright in you.
Yeah, probably. But if you can see it,
Oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, it's reflecting off
I
the.
can see it. Yeah.
it's just lighting up a little bit on the cape.
I can't move my big fat head now. Oh, there we are. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that silver reflective stuff you can get, the sticky stuff's really good. I've got
you can get it in spray.
I've got an arcade. Well, I've got an arcade cabinet, and I used some scraps. We was using some at work to cut it into centimetre squares, and I built a pixel Space Invader for the front of it. When you turn one of the lights on in the hallway, because I did them at different rotations, it's got different bits that glow on it.
That's really nice.
Well, but a reflective material like that, I happen to have a sheep sign up there.
Should I get the sheep sign?
If you want to
Alright,
get
I'm
the
gonna
sheep
go
sign.
get the sheep sign. Hold on. You want to be Welsh, alright?
I went out one night. I woke up in the morning after a heavy night out. And I came home with that. I'm not entirely sure where it came from. I couldn't actually say for sure where it came from, but I mean, it's this sort of material where you'd reflect. There we are.
I'm doing really well to refrain from any jokes here at all.
If you turn it towards the camera.
I'm assuming you probably got that from a leisure centre.
I don't know where I got it from. Yeah, put it down. Don't.
You better hope whoever's missing a sheep sign there isn't tuned in, because you're going to get all kinds of nasty letters.
I genuinely woke up in the morning and it was there. I don't know where it came from.
I mean, we've all had a night like that. Let's be honest.
Well, I suppose better the sign than the actual sheep,
You
Colin.
never know. You don't know what happened. That's the thing.
Honestly, I can't. I know Matthew woke up one morning with a road traffic light set outside his house.
Well, things like traffic cones, that's a classic.
No, it
but
weren't
that's-
traffic, so traffic lights.
Yeah.
We had moved the entire traffic setup. The fences, the barricades, the sandbags, the cones, the whole lot. You had to wait till the green light before you could get out of his front door. This I find a bit weird.
Aye.
All the giant chains and everything, and
Oh, that's I don't know. The chains are kind of there. I guess they kind of make it look industrial and a bit creepy.
I know, but it's supposed to be an old mine shaft, and
Yeah, you wouldn't have them, but I don't know. It kind of gives me sort of like I don't know, almost Hellraiser vibes in a way. Like not quite as extreme, but you know what I mean. Like
so I just want to point something
confinement.
out here.
Yeah.
Right, there is a slight flaw in the storytelling for this particular thing.
Sure.
This is quite a good effect. The collapse in mine.
Yeah.
But they were. Yes, here comes
The
the
little maggots.
giant maggots.
Well, they're little, you know, in comparison to a person, I imagine.
It's quite a good effect, though. I mean,
Little wriggly.
if that was modern day CG, it'd look crap.
Yeah. I think the close up they could have done without,
Mm.
but the wriggly all across
It's
the
very
front-
much it's similar to sort of the graboids in Tremors.
Tremors, yeah.
But yeah, so the slight flaw in we
So that was the
just
end of that
jumped.
part,
Yeah,
the next part.
here we go. BritBox.
It will
Ting.
automatically play.
We're about to start episode 3 now. Diddly-dee, 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 diddly-dee. Yeah, so just when they were saying about being trapped underground,
Yes.
because the cage had got down, the cable had been cut, they were now stuck at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
They could have actually got out on the conveyor. Because they don't carry coal out, you put it on a conveyor belt and the conveyor's out.
They were panicking. They weren't thinking straight.
It's just a bit of an oversight. That's all.
Yes.
Because you would mine coal,
And you put it on the
you
conveyor
wouldn't
to
put it
ship
onto a
out
tram
up
and
top.
take it out. You put it on a conveyor belt.
Yes.
And a lot of miners used to, when they would come to break, would actually ride the conveyor out.
That's a really interesting use of CSO, but at least I can see why you'd use that. Obviously, probably a reprojection might have been better, still, but at least I can
I'll
see
tell you what,
why.
because of the way I've got my front room
Yeah.
lit, this is very immersive with all the green light and that
Oh, yeah.
going on.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. But I like the fact that this has actually been colour lit as well. So those
Yes.
maggots are actually lit with the sort of the same colour as the set.
Like you can tell
It's,
they put
it's done very, very well.
They put like gels or you know on to really like it's not just color tinted or whatever. It's,
Yeah.
Yeah. Lift it. Come on, Joe. Use those muscular.
This is Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom on a budget.
And then some.
I actually did think about that when you were with the collapsing tunnel. I was like, oh, it's kind of like the water from Temple of Doom. Yeah. It's the company. The company is responsible. I appreciate the Briggs' confidence in them,
Mm.
but they could be in trouble.
Yes.
And I mean, if they die, it might be his fault.
But I think as well with the narrative here that they are actually weaving in now the concerns of Professor Jones into his concerns for Joe.
Sure, yeah. I can see that. What are they MacGyvering you now? Little minecart?
It's
Right.
Yeah, it's very much a
You're gonna row it like a paddle boat. one time I was working at a pub. I went to take the bins out. There was this little bin area, and I couldn't see because it was dark because it was late. I put my hand on top of the bin and I could feel a maggot. And I was like, oh, well, that's a bit gross. You're going to flick it off as a maggot. It's a bin area. And I shine the light like that, and there's 1,000 maggots all over the back of this like square, 10-foot square
So
bin
like
area.
that.
All up the walls, all over the floor. Yeah, we had to wash them up through the car park. It was like this. It was horrifying.
Like somebody emptied fish
Well,
bed.
when I was younger, I'd have chucked all that box. Yeah.
It was like being in a horror movie or something. It was crazy, because it was like they were all up on the ceiling and everything. It was weird. Like, it wasn't scary. It was just that I didn't expect it. You know.
Can we acknowledge the fact that this is yet another mind control thing?
Is there a lot of these?
So far.
Yeah.
Like other people's minds have been taken over. They're hypnotized or whatever you want to call it.
I acknowledge that's a good set as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's dressed well, like some of the little things that are stuck to the walls, or some of the things that are bolted down. Look like, I mean, they're possibly broken fridges and things like that. See, again, the quality just goes up and then it goes poof, straight back down.
What a great set they built.
You talking about that with your maggots and your bins? I was delivering to a shop in Bishopsgate in London, and we had to park up and we had to go through an underground car park to get to this restaurant. And the restaurant was perfectly clean and fine, but the underground car park, you could feel the cockroaches crunching under your feet. It was disgusting.
Now, has Nicholas Courtney grown his hair since the last episode? Because it looks like his hair's a lot longer.
He's less bald than he used to be. I've noticed. Oh, he's definitely grown out a little bit.
I don't want to point the finger at you, Colin, but he was wearing a hat in the last episode,
No,
so
no,
it's going to look a little
at
bit.
the start. Well, in the
Yeah.
first one, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but he did. We've seen him with his hat on. But
You
his
know-
hair
you know
looks like
what?
he's got longer.
I'm gonna side with Chris if it means that you get to be wrong in some insignificant
I
way.
know. It just looks like he's grown his hair out.
You know, yeah, he absolutely has, yeah. This guy hasn't, though. He's rocking the 70s businessman cut. Got a lot of facial hair going on. I don't know, I'm just noticing this, you know? Like, it's mustache man, you got a couple of sideburns, mutton chops, all sorts of stuff going on. Ooh, threatening villain. Sort of villain. The Minister of Ecology. Just gonna make an omelette.
God, you can almost hear the polystyrene there, can't you?
Yeah,
You did
It's-
mention
it's-
the ADR before. It was like, yeah, it's.
I believe that's a balloon.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, you can't hear the squeaking, can you?
They were gonna fix that in the dub.
But no, it's a pretty solid set, I think.
Yeah.
You know,
I agree.
I think the letdowns on this are just small production things. I don't think there's much.
I think it's when they try to do something ambitious in an effects way, and they use
Well,
the
it's not
wrong
just the
tool
effects.
for the job.
I think the sound design as well.
The sound design lets it down in a couple of spots, but I don't think it's that
Again,
omnipresent.
it's ups and downs with this.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think it's only a couple of times where the sound design lets it down. For the CSO and stuff that they're using,
Yeah,
I feel it's more blatantly bad when they didn't have to do it that way.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
The general lighting and camera work's all right.
It's
this
really
far, though.
good in a lot of places. The lighting's really good, particularly for where you're lighting in dark areas. Considering they're using probably ISA or ISO probably 250 at
Possibly.
a maximum.
I mean, it's quite dark in there, but there's a couple of shots I've noticed so far that I'm actually really impressed by. Even though they could have shot this a lot more. They could have been a lot more lazy with it, but they have gone in and done some nice setups. So yeah, it's tricky with this one. Of course, old man. If you ever find yourself saying something like that, you're the bad guy. Whatever's going on. So we've kind of got a what's it, like a Parliament-ish or Downing Street sort of set, that kind of style.
I mean, that's supposed to be where it is.
Yeah. It looks okay.
I'm guessing he's supposed to be in the office of Downing Street.
Aye. Well, it's convincing, is what I mean. It looks. I'd buy it. Do you know what I mean? So it's one of it's again it's a good. Like, I don't know how many scenes are going to be set here, but this is the first kind of glimpse we've had of it. They've set up basically a wall, but it looks, it's enough to kind of sell the idea. Do you know what I mean? But then there are other times then where they'll show something and it's just like that's really naff. So I don't know. Well,
Could at least have punched him in the face, though. So fair enough. I can't do that, but I can do this. Boink.
See, the lighting for this is really good.
yeah, absolutely.
I'm like we know it's a set. We know it's foam and
I like that big hatchway. That's pretty cool.
but the lighting, considering again the lighting levels in this would have been really low,
Yes.
and normally they overlight on sets like this, so they when they record on film you can see.
Yeah.
But whoever lit this knew exactly what they were doing with the ISO and the camera and with the f-stop.
Absolutely. They could have. It's very simplistic and.
I don't think you need to go nuts. Oh, there's the Planton, the dial Planton.
Yeah.
That is used in everything.
Flush the toilet. Yep.
I mean, you could just punch him in the head, but I haven't.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, but look at the way he's
Yeah,
dressed.
that works.
He's not a punch in the head kind of guy.
In a lot of ways in this episode.
It does. But this guy's he's a nose in the air kind of type. He's not gonna punch anybody. He's having some kind of mind control episode. Wasn't expecting this guy to come in like a hero. There we are. Teaches me, I suppose.
That was close.
Yeah, and again, like the setups on this are pretty good.
Yeah.
The sets are good. The lighting's pretty good.
That pillow looks comfy. It's Interesting to note, though, that while the Brigadier has been chatting with this guy in an office, his allies have been underground nearly dying.
I think he's just buying time
Maybe.
because he couldn't do anything about it.
I understand that he probably has confidence in the Doctor, and given to his own devices, he'll probably be okay. But they did nearly die.
Yeah, but they would have known that anyway.
Aye.
But I would have thought that the Brig is just doing what he can just to buy time.
Maybe.
You'll notice that she's lost her fur coat,
Yes.
even though she came in with it.
They do go missing, those fur coats, you know.
But yeah, but it went missing from the time she got into the elevator to the time she got out of it.
Well, what's his name? That bird guy, he nicked it. So it's the mind control temporary, is it? That's to wear off?
Yeah, the longer you're away from a refresher, I suppose,
Yeah.
the more your own will starts to reinforce. It is one hell of a pair of headphones.
Oh, you can feel the bass on those.
So now, if I was watching this back in the day, I'd be thinking to myself, "Is this going to end up being a Cyberman story?"
Yeah.
No, I
Because
think,
of those headphones.
Yeah.
Legitimately, I might have thought that as well.
See, I thought the same thing, but I couldn't figure out how to tie it into a joke. So I'm glad you brought it up, Chris, because I didn't want to leave that out there. We're getting some mind control editing.
The wobbly effect there is the reflective mylar.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they use a lot of it in this.
just sort of warping it. The computer's telling the man to kill himself.
Yes.
That's kind of dark.
But the computer doesn't care, does it?
No, it's a computer. That's fair.
And that's exactly why we'll never have true AI, because a computer doesn't know how to care.
The computer needs to learn the power of friendship.
Computer says no.
Computer, is he dead? No, he's
No.
He's alright. He's just mind controlled.
Messed his hair up.
I mean, it was pretty much, he had an inverted Mr. T to begin with.
Yeah,
His
but I
clothes
mean,
look the
that's
full
that.
Wolverine. Well, he seems to be in a hurry.
My God, we were on the first floor. He's twisted his ankle. Camera pulls out. They literally just stand that far off, looking
I
over
feel
the
like
curb.
the angle there could have been higher up as well.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I mean,
It's quite interesting there that a man died
yeah.
because of computer telling to, and then they play a load of bird song. That's quite a nice touch.
I hate elderberry wine.
Oh yeah.
They taste like feet.
I can tell. I've never been a big wine drinker, to be honest with you.
My brother makes quite a lot of it.
Oh yeah.
I used to make
Mhm.
wine from unsweetened fruit juice and that. When you get a wine that runs like water but feels like whiskey and is about 18.5% proof,
Oh.
oh,
So
Wow.
we got a guy who lives 2 streets away
Aye.
who put a distillery in his house and blew the roof off.
Oh, can it?
That
Like a proper
literally
moonshiner, like.
it was up Mountain View
Oh, really?
by the bricks.
Yes. Right. Okay.
He put a distillery to make his own. He wanted to make still his own. I think he wanted to still his own vodka. I think,
Aye.
and he
Didn't go well
literally
for him.
blew. It went off in his kitchen and blew straight up through the floor and straight out through the ceiling.
Nice.
There's a hole in the roof about a meter around.
so that's just dangerous. Well, whatever happened to filling the scooped out half of a marrow with brown sugar, putting the top on it over a couple of months? Marrow rum. It does the same thing, but there's no explosions. Don't try that at home, children.
Fair play, Katie man is looking really good in this. She's really dolled up well, like in the.
Yeah. Well, you know, when she's not covered in mine dirt and soot, etc. Why is the brig's wearing a tux, which is seems a little bit overdressed, you know? Here's my coat.
Nice little insert shot
Yeah,
there,
that was good.
just to show you where
Yeah.
things are going.
We can use the corpses, they'll glow green.
Now I'm not sure on. Let me just have a quick look here. I'm not sure the guy's name playing Stevenson. Stevens, Jerome Willis.
Yeah, I've got a cast list here in front of me, so
It's just he does look haunted, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He sadly passed away in 2014.
Oh yeah. Age 85. That's doing well.
I don't know why. I don't know why he called you Blodwin.
hang on, which character's James? Have we seen him yet?
I couldn't tell
It's
you.
Roy Skelton again. It's popping up.
Yeah. Wow, he was Captain Podley in Space Precinct.
Oh, they're smooching. No, they're not. That old trick.
Yeah, this is another good example of the Doctor behaving more like a father.
Yeah.
This moment could up here now. His Mesmero crystal.
Just leave her alone with the Eggy. It'll be fine.
I wish there'd been a little bit more slime in that.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. The more alien, like, you know. Oh, there's a wriggly little thing, isn't there? It's kind of cool.
They've almost completely blocked out the operator there as
Yeah,
well, isn't
nearly.
they? It's,
Yeah. And it's if you look at it, the one problem with that effect
Yeah.
was that the bar that they have to puppet it
Yes.
was on the camera side instead of
It
the
was
off
in there
side.
instead of the other side, yeah. I see now.
So
That's
that's 3, 2,
sensible.
1.
Episode
And BritBox ting.
now.
Presented by BBC. Diddly ding, diddly ding, diddly ding, diddly ding.
See, I was expecting a proper duet then. I was expecting Carwin to be doing the diddly dings, and I thought naturally Chandler was going to go ooh
Don't
you.
spoil the main event, right? Okay. We're building up to it.
The Green Death by Robert Sloman, episode 4. So we get it. There's only 2 episodes after this.
It's been interesting so far. We've got slugs, we've got green and death. So it didn't, miss market so far. Got everything we've.
Yeah, if you look there, you can see the rod on the
yeah,
back end
right
there.
I can see it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's clear as day.
I mean, like, it's weird that they didn't do it on offside.
Yeah, I don't know. And you got some fringing down the bottom here underneath it.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. He's mushing his
Yeah,
nose
I
right
know.
up
Yeah.
against-
He's a weird sort of character.
Yeah. Maybe the actor was just having a bit of fun. I don't know. He's wearing his stealth shoes. Gonna get you. You know what I think would have been better?
Mm.
If it had sprayed something at him,
Yeah.
like an acid or something, he'd have fallen over and then it would have started attacking him. Instead of jumping up at him, you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah, the jump effect for the thing was not
Yeah.
not done best. That's what I mean. With this, it's ups and downs.
I have a hard time believing as well that a creature would have that kind of attack or like defense mechanism, Instead of it having some sort of like acidic spray or web, like a maggot, web thing. And then it drops him, and then when it's on the floor, then it can start eating him. Do you know what I mean? That jump will just, yeah. We got some.
I wonder how much small figure they went through making this. They did look like small
looked
figure, didn't it?
like, yeah. See, when they get to shoot on location, it looks fantastic.
Absolutely.
And again, when they tie in some of the sets, it doesn't look too bad.
Trigger discipline didn't exist back in the 70s.
I'm amazed that they actually got co-op on the side of the milk truck.
I saw that earlier, yeah, in the first part. It just makes me nervous seeing soldiers stood around with their with their finger on the trigger, just holding guns like this. I'm just like, oh.
like I don't know what's up with this character.
This little milkman guy.
Yeah, I don't get it. That's one thing I wish that
I
it was a
assume
bit more resolved.
I'd assumed it was leading somewhere.
I mean, I don't know what the attitude is.
Professor Jones has got some superior harmony hair going on there. If he's
Oh,
leaning
yes.
forward and his curtains are staying back.
Because he's worth it.
That line always makes me laugh. There was a homeless person, wasn't there, that was arrested for stealing loads of L'Oreal products from some chemist. I can't remember if it was in America or over here. When the police asked why he did it, he said, because I'm worth
That's
it.
Yeah.
beautiful. Well done. Well done.
Give Pertwee a prop and let him go.
And he's gone.
Yeah.
Well, technically, I think one of the only sensible things to do would be go down there with the flamethrower. But yeah,
One thing that's worth noting in this,
yeah.
Stuart Bevan, but he's not actually wearing the costume.
Well, they just picked him up off the
He,
street.
those are actually his clothes.
Wow. It was a different time, I suppose. The 70s were.
I think
Live
he
free, man,
said he
yeah.
couldn't find a costume that worked for him,
Yeah.
so he just wore his own clothes.
Scientific charlatan. Wow.
Yeah, stop it with your Tim Burgess ways.
Could bring in the man from Del Monte. He's always going to say yes.
I don't get it.
Because the man from Del Monte, he says yes.
Oh.
It's a nice little reveal.
Yeah.
10 feet.
Yeah, what exactly happened to Mike in the last time we saw him? I know he got blown up a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
No idea. I'm new. I only just started.
That's a no detonator box. Still works, mine. I'll give him that.
Boom. Fire in a hole.
See,
Good stuff.
it's a good model.
Good stuff, man. I feel like they could have just used the second one, but I guess if they wanted to make it a little bit more epic, you know. Oh, it's a bold claim there, Doc.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
There's lots of things that are far worse than that. I think as well with this episode as well, it firmly plants this story firmly into the 70s
Yeah.
with all the styling and everything.
It does, yeah. I mean, you
all
can't
the
mistake
sets,
it for
everything
any
like
other
as well.
decade.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the way everyone's dressed, hairstyles, all this.
Yeah, because I think that in previous episodes there was still a feel of things being left over from the 60s,
Sure.
and I don't feel that about this. I feel it's very 70s styled.
I would agree. You can tell how 70 something is by the amount of beige and bell bottom trousers in a store.
It's not just that; it's the actual style of the sets as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at Steven's outfit, that's pretty much a timeless outfit.
Yeah, absolutely. But his facial hair is carbon dated.
There's still people these days with facial hair like that.
I feel sorry for them.
It's true though. He's got a pretty much a timeless look. If he was walking around today, you wouldn't bat an eyelid.
No, I wouldn't say that necessarily, but you know, yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from. I always thought the Briggs military jumper that he always wears wasn't very comfy. You know.
Hmm?
Well, the Brig always wears this sort of fleece like jumper. You know,
Yeah.
everyone else wears military, you know, fatigues and what have you. But he always wears this jumper, and I always
It's
thought, you know,
lightweight.
everyone else wearing this military stuff, they're probably sweating it out, you know, carrying all these guns around.
Oh, he's
This looks
warm.
Very comfy.
He's warm.
Yeah. He's got that polo
Yeah,
on.
those jumpers aren't cool.
No.
Well, they are not temperaturally cool.
Aye,
Yeah.
He spends all of his time running around fields and schoolyards and stuff, going after Daleks and things, doesn't he? Probably needs it.
Yeah, there's the Brig trying to be clever with his witticism there and
Aye.
getting his slap back in his face.
Wow. Okay, that was just okay.
She reminds me of the character from Fireman Sam. She really does. The one who owns the cafe.
No. Didn't watch much Fireman Sam. When I was
Yeah,
young.
no. No.
With a hint of Hilda Ogden.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back in the quarry.
I can't tell. This is an alien
It's
planet, isn't it?
no, it's a slag heap.
I
It's
see.
otherwise known as Caerphilly.
It's different. Oh, there's no joke there in that sentence. It's just
No,
funny.
no.
It's just funny. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Interesting.
What happened?
Oh,
What happened?
oh,
What?
feed lagged. That's all. Or,
I don't know.
the streaming on the thing, it went black for a minute. It was weird.
Everything went off.
Oh,
and
did it again?
did it again.
Okay.
I haven't paused the episode yet.
No, it's
It hasn't paused. It just went black.
It just
that's
went
all.
black?
Yeah. For like a couple of seconds. That's all. It was kind of strange.
yeah. I don't think we've lost anything.
No, I think literally it kept playing. It just went.
We're
black.
at what are we at?
Well,
No, because it's just counting down. It doesn't count up.
I see. Can you? No, don't try poaching with it now.
We're
on
about
YouTube,
12,
You can click
yeah.
on it and it'll alternate between counting down.
Yeah,
and just counting up.
we're at about 12 minutes 20 seconds.
Give or take a second or two.
Well, he's just told him to sit
Yes.
down. And he's not
That's
long
where
locked
we're
with balls, and he's just pressing the red button now.
Oh no, yeah,
Give him a
pressed yet.
second.
No, he's pressing it.
Yeah, what about five or so seconds behind? That's not so bad.
Yeah.
Well, I can just pause, and then press play again.
Sit down. I want to know how that red button works. Because, like, how do you project it across the room when you need to put... Why do you need to put that on if that's all you need to press? And how come it doesn't affect him
Oh, right,
as well as him?
I'm glad you said that because I was just going to explain how micro switches work. So you've saved me a task there.
I want to say it's like a remote hypnotic suggestion. And
Yeah, but how come it doesn't affect Stevens the same way as it affects...
he's being given an immunity by the computer.
You know, there's the model shot.
The computer gave him little cotton buds to stick in his ears. That's what happened.
That's not a bad model shot, actually.
There's real maggots.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't get more authentic than that. I fail to be threatened by the army of invading maggot monsters, but you know.
Yeah, but when they're 2 foot long with sharp, pointed teeth.
Nah. Step on them. Kick them like a football.
Big ones.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, I think these sorts of shots work well for him.
Are you seriously telling me you can't hit those maggots?
No, they can.
Did they hit them?
Yes, it doesn't matter.
There's all dirt charges in it. Go on, Brig. Is he using a Browning high power semi-automatic?
Yeah. Nicholas Courtney needs shooting lessons. I know that much. You do not hold a gun like a cup of tea like that.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that was standard training back then. They don't do that no more.
I love that old Western Ricochet sound they put in.
Yeah, it's very Captain Scarlet.
It's good, yeah. So they're making up some kind of biological.
Well, what
weapon.
they've just iterated here is that everything unnatural, everything like pesticides and things that aren't working
Sure.
because they were essentially mutated from chemical.
Yes. That's an interesting form. Hmm.
Yates' watch looks interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of a whole band and the watch on the top.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Didn't look like a standard watch. Like
No,
it.
it's just really thick sort of bracelet leather strap with like a watch on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, Bedford van converted into a milk float.
Classic.
So I wonder the damn thing run at all.
I've not yet seen milk on one of these milk trucks.
Yeah.
He's
I
obviously done the old switch there and put his milkman's head on.
Yeah, it's the Irish in him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, there we are then.
Pertwee's a great actor, but he could have worked on his accent.
Whew. I'm glad I got to see that. I'm glad I got to experience John Pertwee as a Welsh milk truck driver. Correct.
He must be having the time of his life. They give him a costume, milk bottles, a fake moustache, a hat.
It's sort of Hannibal
A
from the
Bedford
A-Team
milk float.
Yeah, he was having a good day that day.
dressed as milkman. Alright. Well done. Take the hat off first. It's like the distinguishing feature of being a milkman. The rest of it you can keep. Oh, snake.
I mean, given the size of the maggots, I don't think that basket's big enough.
You can put
What
one
about
in there.
a lot of foot pushing?
What the hell? He is going full Hannibal from the A-Team.
Oh yeah, no, he's got a bucket and stuff now as well.
He did not rub that off in time.
No.
Nowhere near enough. Doc, are you for real, man?
There's a glimpse of the future.
Yeah.
Wow.
I just meant a female doctor. I don't know what you're getting at by saying and wow
No,
and all that.
And
I
she's
don't
found
know,
a jacket again, even though it was probably left at the bottom of the mine.
Well, yeah, but the guy who nicked this dead now, so that she could nick it back.
Just
do you know?
went and got it off the corpse.
Yeah,
so.
she peeled it off his dead body. He's gonna make me cry.
I mean, yeah.
There's no slides on those microscopes.
No, it's fungus.
Yeah.
Like Joe spelled. I'm gonna say something here. I don't know what to make of John Pertwee's jacket in this.
Why is little green
With the
tweed
with the
thing
red
on
the red line in.
It's okay.
It's kind of a schoolboy
It's
blazer.
it's very dapper.
Yeah, but it's not.
He looks like he's supposed to be, parking my car for me.
It,
The valet sort of
yeah,
thing.
it's a I don't know. It's just like it's a weird blazer.
But I think it kind of matches the waistcoat he's wearing.
Mm.
So I don't know.
It's a bit Portmeirion, isn't it? A bit prisoner. So I mean, we're
Yeah.
keeping with the Welsh aesthetic, I
I
suppose.
suppose.
Oh,
Yeah.
well. I guess if that counts, I mean. Meanwhile, in the Batcave. There's a lot of
Another
stuff
well
going
put together set as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If only they knew of all the silver foil that was to come in later Doctor's tenures. When you've got something, I mean, all right, it does look dated because of they're using 70s technology, but
Oh.
this looks much better than, say, some of the stuff we saw in the Twin Dilemma. This
Oh,
still
yeah.
looks more futuristic than that.
Looks like we're going to have the first meeting between the hero and the villain. Boom, doo-doo.
Strange cliffhanger. I mean, I don't actually know. I think it's just the data transfer speed.
The
But
next one's
I think
playing in
the
four,
magnetic tape there that they were using. Here we go. Into BritBox.
Part 5.
Yes. So ting, and presented by BBC, and into episode 5 now. Diddly-dee, diddly-dee, diddly-dee. Yeah, the magnetic tape reels. So the actual storage capacity on a 10-inch tape,
Mm.
I got a feeling it's about. I could be wrong here, but I got a feeling it's about 200 gig.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure.
That's a lot. If that's.
It is a lot,
that's-
yeah. But it's a
wow.
1-inch it's a 1-inch tape,
Okay.
but it's a 10-inch reel.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's the data transfer speed is what kept it slow.
I see. I was going to say that's a lot of information.
Well, you would
For
store
like a tape,
store all
yeah.
all the ones and zeros.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I understand it's binary, but I mean, I just wouldn't have expected that much on a tape, like.
See, that's where the limit in speed comes in. Is the amount of tape you can pass through a magnetic reed.
Yes. I am the computer.
That's right. You know, we were watching that thing on YouTube the other day with the
Oh.
guy talking about how fast can you transfer tape speeds.
Yes. Loading on tape. There's Joe on that alien planet. I mean, that's a little bit robophobic, don't you think, Doc?
I am Landru. Now there's a crossover you wouldn't see coming.
I don't think that's canonically true. But I guess the computer might not know that. Yeah, but at least human brains can do the find a number of traffic lights in this picture thing. You can't. do
That bots can't. Yeah.
I can defeat you by asking you to tick this box if you are not a robot.
That's how we're going to win against the Terminators, isn't it?
Exactly.
With capture boxes.
Yeah.
Interesting sound there. The mixing of the maggot noises is a little bit subpar. You'd what? Oh. What's going on with the sky there? Yeah, the background was.
Why did you do this?
Weren't they on location before?
Yes.
Why are they not now?
I don't know.
This is like a reshoot or something,
I
right?
don't
It's
know.
gotta be. Alright. They're just gonna bomb.
Yeah, that's a very strange choice, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. It must have been like a reshoot or a pickup or something.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I see. I wouldn't have thought so, because later on you're gonna get a shot where by John Pertwee driving Bessie,
Mm.
and that's also CSO.
I was hoping this would be slightly more impressive. There's just a couple of debt charges going off, which is still fun. I was just hoping they'd just fly over and napalm the whole place. Like,
I mean, they're trying.
aye.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
There's a lot of petrol bangs going off there.
Yeah. I think it would have been more fun if they'd have set them off quicker, but you know, I suppose.
I was trying to read what it said on the side of the helicopter. Did it say Havoc, inquire for parties?
Yes.
No, that's a pretty valid answer. Yeah, they contradict each other. There's not enough data in that to complete the an answer. That was an interesting zoom. Like, I'm surprised how tight that got, like, towards the end, you know?
That didn't go well, did it?
No, not the best. Again, they spent money on a helicopter here, so that's probably why they have to do CSO for the rest of it.
They spent money on a helicopter. So they couldn't afford to have him stand in a field.
Yes.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
If you look over there to the right, you'll probably see. Oh no, we're looking at Burning Magus. I was going to say you'll probably see an outside shot.
Yeah.
We've all been affected by the slightly greenish yellow hue of death.
I find it weird that they've introduced this halo.
Up on the top of it.
Well, it hadn't been introduced right throughout.
Oh yeah. Maybe they're cranking it up more. Power.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's just if you're gonna do it, do it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't
Shouldn't
know,
really
I
be
guess,
introducing a new
Perhaps
element.
It's a bit weird.
Sorry, Chris.
Perhaps it's because of the proximity to the computer.
Well, you think his brain is actually setting the computer to sparkle.
It might be the guy couldn't handle simple logical
Just there,
fallacies.
set the sparkle, click.
Yeah.
What Luke Ozer meant about the boss being irritating, though.
It gets worse.
I don't know. I don't really mind it. It's just
No, it goes off on one.
I'm waiting for it to kind of overload and explode. You know, that's kind of. Yeah, cap him right now.
Again, it's a twirly mustache villain that happens to be a computer.
Yeah. What happened to that guy earlier who he judo flipped? Who was just gonna. He just pulled a gun on the doctor and was just gonna bust a cap at him there and then. We need more henchmen like that. Way more efficient.
See, she'd been watching John for long enough.
Yeah.
What would the doctor do? He'd fiddle with something.
See, watch the lighting in this scene now.
They like the hanging chains, don't they? In this.
It's really nice.
Did they only build like 4 of these things?
I think some of them were condoms.
Yeah.
I think some of them were just
Just
inflated.
like background things.
Yeah.
And yeah, I get you.
Sandy, she had a screwdriver on her. You got to give her that.
Mhm.
Oh, you never leave the house without it. He is heavily concussed, Doc.
It's going to blow Yates' cover now, isn't he?
Mhm.
How did they not see that camera?
It's quite a large piece of equipment, isn't it?
It was disguised as set dressing, so they couldn't. They didn't notice it. I can't believe it's a co-op van.
I genuinely
what I
can't
mean?
believe that they used co-op.
Well, I mean, when I was a kid, it was either Unigate or Co-op.
Yeah.
That was your two choices.
But you'd have thought that because it's a BBC production, you'd have thought that they would have changed the name to something. Because they don't normally have real. Again, that's why they had to change the name of the company to Global Chemicals.
Aye. Also interesting that those big rifles, or I can't tell if they were meant to be shotguns or whatever. They had these little pew kind of noises coming off of them. Meanwhile, in what looks like a Robert Rodriguez production.
Was it me, or did Benton actually have the magnetic clip on his shoulder, but had it tied to his jacket?
I didn't notice.
It
No, I
looks
didn't
like the
notice
clip-
either.
Have a look. I think he's got a clip there. See?
Oh yeah. Also, this whole you're right. It's all bloody chroma key in now. What's that about?
Yeah, that's not the best effect ever, is it?
No.
That's up there with a tank from Robot. That one. Well, it's destroyed Chandler anyway.
I'm fine. I'm good. That was well done, everybody. Good job.
I mean, they've had to go to blue screen here because Bessie's yellow,
Yes, I understand that.
even though most of the cars not being shown.
No, but you can see the yellow, so you don't want green. But I don't really understand why do it
What
in the
a
first
wonderful noise.
place. And it is a sonic screwdriver, to be fair.
Mhm.
There's those 4 maggots they made.
That is a good noise, actually.
Are my ears bleeding? Okay, Doc, that's enough. Doc, please. Doc, seriously, stop. Alright. We're on the road. We move. Get in bed.
I bet he loved that car.
Oh, yeah, probably. I mean, it's the ultimate prop for John Toby, isn't it? He can move things, he can twiddle stuff, and he can drive it. But I suspect it's only a concussion. Ah, the 70s. Oh no, he's got it. They got him. He's got the green. he's clearly mind controlled.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that came out of his mouth. He's got a gap, dog. Judo flip him.
Please don't be your ass.
Don't show him that, no. Break, pull a gat, cap him on the spot. Drop him. Blow him back. It's that crystal from before.
Mm-hmm.
Sapphire. Break, shoot him dead right now.
That's Wordy's pen. Look and read, or whatever it was called.
Oh God. Oh. Well, you had Wordsworth. Oh, that thing haunted me. This is how you draw an A. Yeah, the lighting for this, it looks like it was completely shot by a completely different cinematographer.
I agree. It looks dramatic and cool.
It's very well done. Especially the light on the faces and that.
Yeah.
I would have been very interested to see how this episode was actually put together at the time. Who was doing what.
It looks like it was kind of bitsy.
It seems like it, yeah. Especially all those chroma key shots, because like that, I assume those have to be reshoots or whatever, and for some reason they couldn't get the location back or something.
Yeah.
And then with all the separate lighting and stuff, you know, I don't know.
I think you're right on that, because there's no reason why they wouldn't have shot that on the day we're there. I mean, there was even the bit where Joe's talking to the professor, and he goes off and talks to those other two squaddies, and the runs off. That is exactly where they chroma keyed, so you would have thought they'd have shot it there.
Yeah.
So I think you might be right.
Interesting that they've shot him through the ring.
I know. There's a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it means though. Do you know what I mean? Like it's
I don't think it means anything.
That's the thing. It's cool, but I can't tell if it's trying to say something.
No, I don't think it does.
This is where we need to put the camera. Make sure you line him up in the hole so we can still see him.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But like,
but they did it with a lot of the set anyway, because there's a lot of like plastic stuff on the set.
Yeah.
There's a lot of because they're trying to sell it as global chemical.
They've done it before where they've had the mill on the top of the the wheel at the top of the mine and shot through that. The thing is, if you're gonna have cinematography and you want it to look cool, that's great.
Well, I think it was just that they were
maybe
just shooting through stuff to make it look like here's the wheel turning, and we got the brick all in one shot.
It adds some visual interest, I get that, and it is a bit more dynamic. But in certain shots, I'm like,
well, again, what you're gonna find with like the 70s shots here is there's a far fewer edits.
Yes, absolutely. And I can appreciate that, having longer takes and more like wider shots as well. But it's interesting to look at it and go, okay, they wanted to add some interest in some shots, and I think some of them are really cool. But other times I'm like, okay, it's cool, but why did you do it? I don't know.
See, to hold this in a two-shot is unusual.
Yes, I see what you're saying.
I mean, it's unusual of a modern show.
I think some of it has to do with the blocking as well. I feel like in a modern show, he would have been on the other side, and the camera might have been, you know.
It depends.
It does depend, but you know, it comes down to a couple of different things, you know, and he's doing okay, is he?
Well, yeah, he was cured by the doctor.
Oh yeah, sorry, my brain went straight to DOP and I don't know what I was doing. Oh, he's got it. He was given it. He got it.
Poof.
Bang.
This will stop you from being hypnotized. Bah!
Oh,
And this is how we write an M.
my commitment to the bit ruined it all. Never mind. It was worth it.
There. This episode is going to end. We're going to start at episode 6. I don't understand why the computer can't do this to everyone.
It can't, because it can't count how many traffic lights are in this picture. It doesn't understand. It can't.
See, that's the end of the episode there.
Woo!
Like, if it's got that sort of level of control, I don't understand why it can't do it to everyone. Oh, there we go. That ended quick. Didn't go that far into the credits. We had BritBox Ting, presented by BBC. Diddly 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 diddly.
Woo! No, I can't.
Yeah, don't do that.
It was a valiant effort.
Yeah.
Valiant or Valium?
You got some Valium?
Bit of both.
Where's this Valium you're talking about?
Episode 6.
Ooh, he's gone all blue.
Perhaps the computer can only do it to people who have only recently had their minds cleared.
I don't know.
It could be anything, but they don't really say. That's kind of the issue. It could be that they can only do it to people who
See,
are
that's a
wearing
piece of
specific
dialogue
type
that didn't
shirt.
have to be there as well.
Yeah.
Your mind is clear now. We've already seen this happen before.
Yeah. It's a new episode.
I know, but it doesn't need to be there.
Look, anyone who's going to jump in on an episode that's like
It's their fault.
6 parts into a story,
Their
fair
fault.
enough, you know.
If you're watching the 6th part of it,
But also, this would have come out on TV. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. It's not like this came out at a time when they could have caught up on the previous.
I don't think they need to do it because we've had previous episodes before where they don't do that.
Oh yeah, all right. Well, could just be clunky right then. You never know.
It is a bit crunchy.
It kind of looks like a Rice Krispie, but like a really grim one.
Yeah, so all this farm is exactly as it is.
That doesn't surprise me. Probably like a big fly, I would assume. Poke it with a stick. That's the
That's exactly what he's
professional.
doing, poking him with a stick.
That's a professional way to deal with aliens. Is to poke them with sticks.
Well, he's professional enough to have been armed with a stick at the right time.
Exactly. He really knows what he's doing. I'm taking mushrooms all the time, I am.
It's the power of magic mushrooms.
That's really the moral of this story, I think.
Cool little note here.
Yep.
The computer couldn't possibly have known that it was Captain Yates because he was Mr. Yates.
He googled him.
Well, if he had control of Yates's mind at some point, he should know everything.
You think that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I can control a computer, but I don't know how it works or what's in it. I don't know how this mind control situation works, you know?
Back to CSO.
Oh, yeah. It's the authentic experience of being stood in a field and driving through a quarry.
I mean, that's a slightly bit tragic.
I have never felt more threatened by an alien foe.
Benton's a bit relaxed in his scattering there, isn't he?
Yeah.
A bit there, a bit over
I mean-
there.
And the fact that this stuff hasn't been sort of turned into mulch and just sprayed.
Yeah, just put it in a hose. Put it like in a combine harvester or something and just spray it across, you know. I mean, they're near a farm, they probably could.
Yeah.
I've got to say, the mouthpiece on that model's pretty good for the time.
Yeah.
Don't say you've licked the maggots, Brigadier. I know what you mean, but no. Ah, a giant fly.
Paper mache fly.
Yeah. What do you mean? That's clearly an alien organism from.
It's not alien.
A strange organism.
Not really, no. It's just a
French.
giant fly.
French organism. Ah, we're putting those chains to use now, are we? The Chekhov's chains they are. They were not tied to anything, were they? Just they weren't locked or anything. They just wrapped them around. And he was holding on to them. Wow.
That's what I mean with this. It's slightly all over the place. And its production quality.
Can see what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
That is not a hit.
No. I mean, the thing is, you can see what they're going for.
I don't think it is all over the place. I think there's a very clear distinction, actually. I think anytime they shoot in on a location, it looks good. Anytime they shoot in on a set that they've put time and effort into, it looks pretty good. anytime it's an effect shot, it looks like absolute garbage. I think that's the distinction. Except for this. This looks amazing. This is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. It's attacking again, Doctor. You better get down. See, that's what the maggot should have been doing.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Baseball bat.
Just oh, okay. What was that crunching noise?
I'm guessing it broke his wings.
Ah, yeah, might have, yeah. I wasn't sure the Doctor was going to make it out of that situation, and I was really powerless, you know. I feared for his life.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be.
I don't know. We're getting into the third act. It probably is.
Oh, we're way past the third act. This is Act 5, Act 6.
Yeah. That's the second time they've cut like that and continued a line across, and it was really good.
Yeah.
They're good at editing. They're good at cinematography. Sound, not so much, but there's a lot of good stuff in this. Anytime there's an effect on the screen, it just doesn't. No.
I do quite like the effect of the big red disc of the boss. That doesn't look bad.
Yeah.
They've locked that off nice.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's they're using a. I would guess that it's white on black for the actual effect, and it's been Luma composited.
Matte, yeah.
That's just a guess, man. I don't know. For all I know, it's just
It might just be chroma again.
Yeah.
Like, you know, but yeah. Why does the Brig argue with the Doctor? He knows what the score is, you know?
no, he doesn't though.
He does, though.
He doesn't.
Every
He's not
single
smart enough to
time.
know.
Yeah, I suppose, but every single time.
It's one of the problems with writing the Brig is that sometimes they write the Brig down.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, yeah. Did somebody pour coffee on his motherboard?
Possibly.
Like, is he having a severe short circuit or something?
There is a plot that's been lost somewhere there.
I would not be standing directly in front of him right now. I won't lie.
Now disarm him while he's stunned.
What?
Yeah, I really don't know where it's going.
Well, slightly bonkers.
Yeah, I got that.
There doesn't seem to be a reason for it, though. Is
No.
my unless I've missed something, which I very well could have, you know. But
I mean, I guess there's a point whereby they try. I think maybe they try to suggest that the longer it's linked to a human brain, the more irrational it becomes.
maybe
I don't know though. It's not. It's not even implied.
that kind of follows through with the logical thing they were on about with the doctor earlier and all this stuff. But it's a very tenuous link if that is
Yeah.
the case, you know. Ooh. Oh, Joe. Oh wow.
It's all very well him saying, "Listen to me," but he's got the most enormous pair of headphones on known
Yeah.
to man. He's not going to hear anything through that.
Doctor, take them off his head.
Again,
Look at this-
Venusian
look at the crystal
Aikido.
while it- Oh, look at the crystal while it shows you how to write an M.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Please tell me his brain explodes like scanners. not quite.
No.
Oh well. Get out! Come on, do it! Right, now the computer thing's across the screen, which is interesting.
Yeah, they're just going very psychedelic now with the.
Whatever the computer has taken has now passed on to the show.
I think that's kind of signifying it's still being slightly in his head, isn't it?
Yeah, I imagine it's.
Yeah, I
think you're
mean,
right,
yeah,
Chris,
there's an artistic element to that, and
Yes.
it's.
I would say so. Well, otherwise it means nothing. Like there's, but yeah, that's what makes me think that this show is trying to do things, and I just don't understand them sometimes. Maybe with some of the shots and things. Oh, he's got a little tear. I don't feel bad for him. Well,
See, that's
what
a
I'm
cool model
talking
shot.
about.
That's a very cool model shot.
Boom. Hoorah.
They've scoffed the Brigadier.
We will never speak of this again. You're supposed to ask first. I mean,
Well, that really is a whirlwind, seeing as he spent half of it laid out with green slop on him.
I mean, hey,
The Brigadier was up.
and he never did.
Not once.
Like he knocked that back. That was one
He
gulp.
did.
That's how you do it.
I think this is a good goodbye, though.
Well, it's better than having your mind wiped or being sucked into another dimension.
Mm.
I don't know. I mean, I think the marriage thing's a little bit much. But
No,
other than
that's
that,
been
I've got
that's
no
been
problems
seeded
with it.
throughout. That's been seeded from the start.
Alright, well.
The
Like, if
surprise,
they-
the
if they were
surprise
just
is that he
together-
sprung it on her.
Yeah, I get that. If they were just together, and you know, maybe I'm putting on sort of different sort of standards. There, to be fair, I reckon that you know.
No,
works.
except people do.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. So maybe that's me more than this. You know.
I mean, she was infatuated with the idea of this guy before they
Absolutely.
met.
Yeah. Besides, they've been through some pretty harrowing experiences together.
Yeah.
You know, so you know.
And that's the end of that.
Hey, the Green Death.
Again, it's a production that is haunted by certain things.
It's also known as the Green Screen,
Yeah.
and yeah.
There are, Chris.
Yes.
What do you think of that?
The same as I thought about it last time. I think the story's pretty good. The boss computer is all over the place, and
And there's no
You
reason
know,
for
the
it in the final
effect- the-
episode.
no, the effects are up and down, but it's not a terrible story by any stretch.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think he's good. I think he's got a solid outing for Joe Grant. She's got various things to do. She's a bit proactive in this, even though it's sometimes dangerous for her. But the main thing here is that it's more about her relationship with Professor Jones.
Yeah.
And we get
Yeah.
a couple of little indicators throughout the episode, particularly with John Pertwee, whereby the first time he sort of she sort of starts to go a separate way is in the first episode, whereby she's sort of like, no, I'm gonna do my own thing. The second time then is when Professor Jones and Joe Grant are in the room together, and he gets up to leave and goes to come back in when they're going to spend the night.
Yeah.
And the doctor's like, no, you do you know what I mean? That's him being protective of her. And then of course the third time then is when they're going to get married, and it's just like, you know, he's accepted it now. He's sort of like, you know, it's kind of like he was again, he's being very fatherly with her, and was trying to sort of make sure that he was going to make sure that she was safe. And so I think we that did tie in throughout. I think, you know, you could argue that it was a little bit rushed maybe towards the end for the marriage part,
Well,
But-
you know.
but at the same time it's one of those things whereby, you know, she was leaving in the story,
Yeah.
and they didn't want to kill her off, and they didn't want to.
And it's a nice way to end the characters like run on the show as well. You know, it's nicer than doing something like that.
I mean, what do you take? What's your take on the departure of Joe Grant, Chris?
I think the way it was handled was really well. I mean, obviously Katie Manning wanted to leave,
Mhm.
and yeah, they didn't kill her off. They gave her a send off that meant she was leaving to try and better herself, and she had a cause and she had a purpose. She wasn't just cast off.
Yeah,
You know, like when when Billy Piper wanted to leave, it's like, right, we're beaming you to another universe. That'll teach you.
yeah.
Whereas she got a positive send off.
Yeah, and I think the other thing as well is that, unlike a lot of the other companions that leave, we don't know what happens to them. Whereas with Joe Grant, we already know that where they're going on to next. That, you know, we know that she's going to leave with Professor Jones. We know that they're going to head to the Amazon. We know that they're going to have this whole life together. It's worth knowing as well. Like I said, this gets followed up by Death of the Doctor.
Yeah.
In the Sarah Jane Adventures, where Katie Manning comes back as Joe Grant, where the 11th Doctor explains that when he was regenerated from the 10th into the 11th, that he actually went and saw her in the Amazon, going down the river in a tea chest.
Yep.
You know, we had all that. What you might not know is Stuart Llewellyn Bevan, who played Professor Jones, revived the character last year for a short.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So and apparently the story narrative, as I understand it right now, is that Joe and Clifford are still together.
Yeah, as far as I can tell.
So that was quite a nice thing to have. I mean, you're talking about a story arc of 50 years,
Yeah, absolutely.
and that's quite impressive, I think, for for these characters to have such longevity as well.
Yeah.
We need to talk about the production values in this. Like I said before we even started this, Chris, their ups and downs. What do you think of the overall production values of this story, though?
Overall, I still think it's pretty good because even though some of the model shots and some of the green screen and CSO and all of that is in places laughable, in other places you can tell what it is. But I think with the lighting and some of the sets they've used and the way they've gone about doing that, I still think it holds up to a certain degree. But you do have to suspend disbelief a bit for some of the CSO stuff.
Well, I think because my problem with the way some of the visual effects are working in this, and I don't know how you feel about this, but if they were to redo those effects, and you'd know for yourself that when I say redo them, I mean they're gonna just do it in CG.
Yeah.
I don't know that it would be better. Because fake is fake.
It really does depend on the amount of time and money they can put into it if they want to do it.
I will say this. If the maggots are done in the same way that they did the clay doll in Terror of the Autons, then I'm all for it. Because when they remastered that shot of that doll coming to life in Terror of the Autons, that special edition that they did there was absolutely fantastic.
I think there are certain effects they went for in the episode that they could have achieved better results with other means.
Yes.
I think there are times when the things that they get the creatures, for example, to do don't help the effects. I feel like it would have been much better to keep them more limited in how much you see them doing certain things. Like I don't think that maggot should have jumped up, like I said when I saw that the first time. The fly, I think, could have been achieved in a different way and could have achieved a similar effect. Also, the fact that it was broad daylight for that one kind of makes it. It's hard to get around that. But I think there are ways they could have made it better. Now, I don't know what kind of...
I'll say, the fly did look a little bit paper mache.
Yes. I don't know what kind of production schedule they were under. I don't know what kind of pressures they were under.
Very tight.
I assume it is tight. So there's...
I think you're looking at a 2-week turnaround.
Exactly. So in that case, there's a level of forgiveness I'm willing to just automatically kind of give them in terms of the effect, understanding. I'm willing to meet them halfway. And the other half of the show looks great most of the time. 90% of the time, the other half of the show that isn't visual effects focused looks really good. So it's...
Well, again, tricky. I mean, you got the destruction shots of the mine and the destruction shots of the global chemical buildings.
Yeah.
Those model shots looked really good.
They're pretty good, yeah.
They're suffering from the fact that they had to do certain shots. Like, the mine, even though the mine set wasn't brilliant,
yes,
the lighting was.
Yep, I would agree.
And given again, we don't know what they were shot on. I don't know. Have we got the technical specs? Or does it say the technical specs?
While you're looking at that, I think if I was going to retouch this or revisit this story in a way of trying to make it look better, I wouldn't change that many of the effects. What I would do is I would get rid of some of the where they're not punched out against the background very well. I would concentrate on that rather than changing everything. Like, when you see the maggot crawling across the floor, I would try and get rid of the bleed over, like the operator.
Fringing,
maybe the
fringing
thing holding it on the stand.
I mean, that's a really tough one because I would assume that they would redo that because first of all you want a clean slate.
Yeah, I mean you can go in and paint it out if you want to, but that's just kind of
they were cheating anyway because it was a locked off shot to begin with. so there's no need to worry about that. I think that yeah, they could go back and do it because there's other things that were wrong with that shot as well in
Yes.
terms of lighting.
Yeah.
The baguette was lit at a different
Different from
value
the
to
background
the
it was put
background.
into.
So they could do that, which would help a great deal.
Mm.
The shots whereby they're in the cave and they're doing that sort of gondola thing through, and they've got the CSO in the background, not great. The worst offensive ones to me were the ones going up and down the pit cage.
Again, I assume, and I have to assume, that the reason they did that was because they had to. Do you know what I mean?
No.
I don't think.
No. They didn't have to. They didn't have to CSO that.
I mean,
They had the other means of doing other things
I
that
would
they
have
could
thought
have
so
done.
too. I would have thought. I mean, I agree. If somebody gave me that shot to do with the means they had at the time,
Again,
I would not have
all
done it that way.
all you need to convey motion
Yeah.
is a
It's just like
scrolling
a
light.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if somebody had given me that shot to do with the means at the time that they had, that's not how I would have done it.
No.
But I assume they must have. It must have been way more efficient or cost effective for them to do it that way.
I don't know. I think CSO at the time, at this moment in time,
Yeah.
when the show was being made, there was a conscious use of CSO.
Yes.
It was a newfangled toy, and there are scenes, there are whole slews of shots, whereby they could have just put a backdrop outside the window,
Yeah.
but they didn't. They tried to color replace it, and we talked about this a while ago, Chris, with Terror of the Autons. Just how much of an offensive they went on with the CSO in that, and how much better it looks now considering they've redone it. It's a big one in this, whereby this suffers from the same thing. I'm wondering how much of the original tape still exists, how much of the original film.
Yeah.
Because if they're gonna remaster this,
You'll have to find the masters that they shot it on.
Yeah.
And go from scratch.
so I'm just curious as to how much, because otherwise there's a lot of rotoscoping.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rotoscoping.
Look, it can be done. It can be made pretty with what we've
Yeah,
got
but
to say.
you're looking at a
But
team
that's-
of 8
you're
to
hiring
12
a team of
people.
and, yeah.
8 to 12 people for
Just
3 to
painting
6
things
weeks.
out and yeah, absolutely. So,
That's a big job. I mean, overall, without talking too much about the visual effects in this,
I was gonna say,
there are certain things that I can overlook. Like for example, there's a shot whereby Mike is trying to rescue Joe and the professor from the cave,
yes,
and he steps on the floor and the floor bends. I can overlook that because it's entirely possible that board, there's a board under there that they would have had a beam or something under there, and it's just got dirt on the top of it. So I can overlook that. I can believe that is actually because I've gone into mines and things up around here, and I
Yeah.
know that things move.
it makes you nervous.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, so perhaps then visuals, something to be desired for sure, but obviously storytelling isn't necessarily.
I mean, let's be honest here, right? The shot of John Pertwee driving around with Benton on Bessie was color separated, where he's checking out all stuff. They could have just shot that anywhere against the sky.
Yeah.
And just had somebody just rocking the thing back and forth to make motion, and just had some wind on.
I mean, if you can't put it on a rig attached
Yeah.
to the car, then yeah, that's the next best thing to do.
I mean, they didn't have to do a blue screen on that.
No.
They could have just shot that.
That's the thing, they're doing it with all these shots, even where they go in and replace somebody and stuff in the field, and it has to be reshoots, because I can't,
Yeah.
I don't know why you'd have two of the same thing, but one is a replaced background and then one is on location. But, there's a lot of that. The one that got me, and I was dying laughing, was the model, the miniature, where it's, where they're driving across
Yeah.
from bird's eye view. Oh, I couldn't do
I
it.
get they put that in because they obviously. I'm wondering why they didn't split screen that.
I would have thought they could have comped it or something, or split screen, into a live feed maybe.
Yeah.
I guess they just didn't.
I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't have split
That's
screen
what I
it.
mean. There's a lot of effects in this story where they could have achieved with the means they had at the time. They could have achieved a better effect.
Yeah.
If they'd have done something
There's
else.
some odd design choices in what they did do. Like you say, they could have split the bit with the car Um, and yeah, some of the backgrounds, it's like I still don't know why they couldn't use the lift. You know,
But they did use it. That's the worst part of it, is the fact that
yeah, they
they
did
did.
use it.
Um, so there's lots. I mean, Chris, what do you think about the? I mean, obviously they had a good choice of locations on in this, because Global Chemical definitely was again a juxtaposition against the mine and the Natach farm. Um, but I mean, what do you think of the actual setting for this, and the way that it was portrayed in the
Yeah,
locations?
I thought it was fine. I mean, the studio stuff where they've shot it, you know, actually on location in Wales, you know, they managed to capture, you know, what a colliery looks like. You know, that's how I remember seeing places like that when I visited them when I was
Yeah,
younger, when they were still working and that. Um, yeah, I think it's absolutely fine. You know, I like the way you had like the nuthatch, which was, you know, really sort of old world and hippie-ish, and then you had the mine, which was kind of like the middle ground between the two, and then you had Global Chemicals, which was more futuristic with the computers and all the flashy lights and all the whiz bangs and that.
yeah.
Um,
It was
yeah,
very much of that, though, wasn't it? There was a touch of past, present, future, all being sort of in this weird blend, and not going, oh, any one of these is best, because they were all they all had their own problems.
yeah,
And it was, because obviously mining has its own problems because it destroys the environment. You had Global Chemical then, which is supposed to be this future replacement for it, which was same problem, same issue. Um, it just,
And
you know,
something about mushrooms.
well, yeah, and again, you had Professor Jones there, whereby he was trying to sort of be this ecology, um, eco warrior balance, whereby he didn't actually have the solution.
yeah. And the thing is, unlike things like Praxius,
Mm.
we could see what was happening and we could see why it was bad. We didn't need to be told. And at the end, the doctor didn't point at the screen and say, "It's your fault, you
Yeah,
bastards." You know, it's
yeah,
you know, it told pretty much the same story as Praxius,
yeah,
but it done it in a far more subtle way with a better story, and it was far more entertaining.
yeah. And again, the thing with that particular issue is that the fact that he was talking about sort of environmentalism. But again, the environmentalism that he was doing was saying, well, actually, what's going on here isn't necessarily better, because what's being left behind is, people are looking at what's behind, but the technology isn't there yet. And again, we're talking about what is happening with Professor Jones in this, and he's going on an expedition up the Amazon because he doesn't have the answer, and they're not presenting people with the answer here. They're not turning around and saying this is right, this is wrong, and that's it.
Yeah.
Mining is a horrible business.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the amount of people that the lives it has affected and claimed, and we're talking, not just around the valleys here, but we're talking, all around the world, all
general, yeah.
anywhere there's been a mine. The Max Boyce used to call a cough that was he used to call his cough a mining souvenir.
Ah yeah.
It's one of those things that it shows you how, in a poetic way, how horrible the industry is, and how many lives it's absolutely ruined. But what was good, I think, with this particular story was the fact that he was looking at what was going to be sort of a future tech, whereby if you don't take the right precautions, if you don't take the right standards, if you don't apply the right sort of controls, this replacement is just as toxic. There's no that you need to do a lot more work than it's not. There's no quick easy solution,
Yeah.
and I think that's what's good with this story. Um, what did you think of the character of Professor Jones in this?
Um, yeah, he was fine. He you know, he came across a little bit happy clappy, but
Mm.
he
peace, man.
It seemed like his character was rooted in a kind of reality. You know, you do get professors like that, professors of ecology that, you know, I mean, when someone says to me weather science, it's like, well, it's not really a science because it's changeable. You know, it's like climate science is like, oh, don't even get me started on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, his character is rooted in reality. It's like he come across as like a kind-hearted chap that wants to do what's best.
Yeah.
And he didn't have the answer, so he was going to go off and find it.
Yeah. I mean, to me, he felt like a very real-world version of the Doctor. Like, is it?
He has these little charismatic or weird little bouts of like, you know,
Yeah.
and wanting to chase this sort of idea that he has. You know, this sort
Well,
of,
he was a doctor
yeah,
that he's using scientific method to try to solve things,
yeah,
and he's gonna go off exploring.
exactly.
And I think that I think this is why
But-
he was such a good out for Joe Grant.
He's younger, so Joe has a crush on him.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's not. It's not just that he's got all the traits of the Doctor,
Mm.
but also where the Doctor's an alien and unattainable for Joe, in that way, Professor Clifford Jones isn't. He's very much, you know, he's
He's a
very
guy.
much in the groove of what.
I would say it was more of a mutual attraction and falling in love rather than just Joe's got a crush on him like
Yeah.
Chandler.
Yeah. I mean, it happened from the start.
I don't know. It went in pretty quick, if you ask me. But hey,
I mean, you know, we're talking about about a week, I think. Here,
is it?
I think so.
Maybe.
It was a couple of days because they kept going back the next day.
Yeah, true.
So
Okay, so I'll say that she definitely. I think they like each other.
I mean, people have got married quicker than that.
I think they're ready to hold hands. That's what I'm saying. They're at that level. You know, it's serious now.
But it was like a mutual thing though, because they were sparking off each other.
Yeah,
They really were, and
and a lot of that comes in from, you know, the fact that the two are, you know,
I mean, she was definitely driving him nuts
yeah,
by being this just bumbling, tripping over, dropping, breaking.
That was genuinely like fun to watch though as well. You know?
Yeah.
Like it was into character, you know, relationship stuff that was actually entertaining
Yeah,
and you know, kind of charming in a way. Like it's like, oh, okay, you know, I can see why these two would get along. You know what I mean? So yeah, I you know, I buy it. I buy the whole relationship thing.
yeah, and as an out for Joe as well, it was good.
Yeah.
It was a good way to say, like, you know, this character actually gets to do something really productive.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go forward with this character and put this character into other production or other productive uses by going off the Amazon looking for real world solutions to problems.
Joe Grant gets to go off and save the world.
Yeah, and so that's really good as well. And she does get a happy ending.
Yeah.
I think that and that's really good because a lot of characters don't.
No, absolutely.
The only trouble is when she gets to the Amazon, she'll just end up buying a book, a set of headphones, and a USB cable.
Yeah.
Trouble when it's not on Prime, she'd be waiting too long for it. But yeah.
But I think we got quite some pretty good camera work in this.
Yeah.
In some shots, like the shot whereby they're sitting down in unit in the first episode.
Yeah.
And they're having that conversation where both of them are having two different conversations, and they're not hearing each other, and it's all blocked in
I
one.
thought that was very nice. I thought that really set up the story they were telling between the characters in a visual way,
Yeah.
and the dialogue as well, the camera work, all of it. I think the only thing I might have adjusted there was maybe I would have been tempted to perhaps rack focus or have the focus be shift at some point maybe, but because John Pooty's all soft throughout that entire scene.
But
not.
I don't know. But I don't know if I would,
Maybe just have a
because I
wider
think
angle
this
of
is
focus.
Joe's story,
Yeah, maybe that's a fair point actually.
and you'll notice that the Doctor was in the background.
Yes, yeah, I did notice that. Yeah, with
So-
the walk-in, so that might be a fair
Yeah.
point actually. Yeah.
The thing with that scene, the real payoff from that, because when you watch that, if you've never seen this story and you're going into it like that, you're just, you know, it's quite amusing. They're both talking, but after you've seen the whole story and the way it goes, you can realise that's kind of signifying the different directions they're going to be
Yeah,
going in,
exactly.
and it doesn't really pay that off until later in the story.
Yeah.
It really foreshadows it, like it sets everything up really. In
That's what I mean. I think the doctor realizes it when he's going to go to Metropolis 3, and she says no. And I think because he even has that moment whereby she leaves the room for a second,
Yeah.
and he says, "Oh, you know, the fledgling is leaving the nest." So I think it's a really good scene. Actually, that's head up. The lighting in the scene whereby they having that guy in the room with the chains.
Yeah.
I think is brilliant.
I think the lighting's great. It would have been good if they actually
Yeah,
put,
really
like,
good.
chains on him.
No, I don't mean Mike. I mean
Oh, you
the,
mean earlier on.
the earlier where they had the uplighting and
Yeah.
that was brilliant stuff. I really liked that. It was actually, and this is what I mean by this episode. It felt like this episode was filmed in bits
Yeah, it does. It really does.
and then just glued together. Because it is, you know, sometimes it's all over the place with how the production.
Yeah, I think some of the glue is what Chandler was saying. The possible reshoots on the location where they already were, and that looks like some of that was filmed
It's-
to
The thing
maybe
is,
we're 30 seconds short here.
yeah, I think I don't know.
I can't
Because
think of another reason why they do it.
well, it's a 6-parter.
Yeah.
So it they would have been going back and forth to Philly. They wouldn't have been. They wouldn't be spending 6 weeks in Caerphilly.
No, but I
don't like spending
know
half hour
why-
there.
I can't tell you. Yeah, but you would get all the coverage of that one field at the same day.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
If they couldn't do
I-
that, they must have taken a plate of it and reshot it later on.
I don't. Yeah, but they would have had the script nailed down by then.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's strange that. I mean, they would have been going back and forth over a 6-week period.
I'm thinking it must have been like a mechanical issue or something. Maybe they got the shots back and they were like, these are no good.
So they, because like I'm thinking of the time period, and they wouldn't. They'd have been going up the A48
Yes.
because they wouldn't have been an A470.
No, not in the not then. No.
So they would have been going M4 A48 up through Newport, from Newport up to Caerphilly,
Yeah.
and then so they wouldn't have been staying. They would have been staying locally.
Yeah.
Around there, but you know.
John Pertwee wouldn't.
No.
John Pertwee would have arrived in a triple wing helicopter that he built himself in his back garden.
But it's just the fact that it seems odd that the way this episode has been put together. Maybe it's because it was so far out of production.
Could be.
Outside the studio and so far away from, because normally like they would do Alien Planet or everything and it would just be sort of straight up the M4 and get off, turn off at junction 20 or something like that.
Yeah.
Whereas with this was, you know, they literally crossing the border. I don't know which way would they have gone? Would they have gone through Monmouth?
They might have.
They might have gone through Monmouth and come down.
You can be pretty sure when a production like that would definitely have been an M4 and across the Severn Bridge before they got into Wales, and then after that it could have been any direction.
Well, what I'm trying to think of is the fact that they would have had to have caravanned the production.
Yeah, they would have taken all the equipment.
Like you're talking 6-7 trucks,
Yeah.
vans, the lot, and it is quite a. I know they had a lot of extras from the area as well, which it didn't look like it because they didn't have enough.
Well, yeah, but that was literally all of the people in the area.
Yeah.
Hired to be extras on the show.
But I mean, again, they're looking for different Welsh actors to appear in this, which was I don't know if it was a task at the time. I can't imagine it being difficult, but it wasn't. I didn't notice any aside from the guy playing Di Evans.
Aye.
I didn't really recognise anybody else.
No, I can't say that I do. but I mean, you guys might have a better chance at recognizing somebody.
Yeah, but so like, yeah. Whole Wheel was inspired partly by Greenpeace and partly by Biotechnic Research and Development, otherwise known as BRAD, community which has been established in Wales. Ah, okay. There we go. I did not know that.
No, me neither.
This was a serial of lasts as well, wasn't it? It's the last time we see the Pertwee logo until the McGann movie.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And also the last time, well, Katie Manning.
Yep. Well,
and
it's not the last time we see Katie on, and we do see her in Sarah Jane Adventures.
Yeah,
Technically, well,
yeah.
that's not technically Doctor Who.
No, but it's in the Doctor Who universe.
It is, yeah. It is.
And also the last, it says on here, is the last story to have its individual segments titled as episode. After this story, they were titled as part.
Oh, interesting. I didn't
Yep.
notice, but yeah, that is probably true.
So it says here some of the real maggots in certain scenes rapidly turn into blue bot flies due to the heat from the lamps being used on the sets.
Never work with children or animals, kids, even if they're bugs.
So yeah. So okay, what else we got here?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, they maggots can turn into casts and flies pretty quickly if the heating's wrong. I had a friend who had this strange buzzing coming from his bed a couple of days after coming from fishing. Realised he hadn't emptied his bait box.
Oh no!
And he had a bait box full of blue bottles. And he basically went into the garden and he said it was like a cloud just went out of this box.
Wow.
So good job he didn't open it indoors to investigate.
So it says here, although credited for episode 1, Mitzi McKenzie, Nancy, doesn't actually appear as her material was not filmed due to unavailability at short notice. So there you go. There's lots of little things here. Oh yeah. So in the opening scene where Stevens is brandishing a piece of paper proclaiming wealth in our time, it's a rip on Neville Chamberlain's Peace in Our Time speech from 1938 in the Munich Agreement. So there we are. Yeah, I mean, Green Death overall, the music in this was... I think the music in this was well blended. I don't think that the music did anything to stand out.
I think the music was good. I think the audio mixing in general could have used some work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
the
mean,
music was
Chris, I mean, what anything stand out to you? That was. I mean, obviously, the obvious there is thing, but anything that hooked you in this that's not good or bad.
Well, I mean, we're talking about sound. I'll be honest with you, I didn't really notice the music that much, and that is quite often the sign of a good thing because he's done it right to set the mood. But sound-wise, yeah, the squeaking on the polystyrene in certain parts really did stand out because that
I had forgotten
could
about
have been sorted.
I also noticed that the maggots only made one sound in one of the scenes, and they just kept replaying that same sound over and over again. And I was just like, guys, come on.
I think the thing that hooked me in this.
Sure.
I think with the story, I think overall I accept the way that the production was done.
Yes. Yeah,
and I accept how it was put together.
Yeah.
Where a lot of this was shot on location, and they took it back to London, and filmed what they could in the studios in London. So there were certain things that I feel were done well, but I just the thing that hooked me is the character of Bert. Like, I did not like that character at all. He just came across as creepy as hell.
I don't think I found him as creepy as you did.
Oh no, it's the bit where
But
he's done like this and he's like, "Oh, come here, love," and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
It's just like, I think Joe's about to
need
help.
You're gonna have to explain on a doll into the court where he touched you.
It's no good.
It was.
I could see that. I could see where you were coming from. It wasn't so bad until they were kind of like down in the mine. And stuff like that. I don't know, but
that's the one thing that he kept calling her Blodwyn.
Aye.
And it was just like, it's supposed to be cute, but it's not. And it's just, it just it irked me.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
I know it was supposed to be like a pet name, Chris. For Joe, it's just like a pet name. It's just like calling everybody mate, I suppose. But
Yeah, or like if you call somebody love or something like that.
Yeah.
It's sort of.
but calling it Blodwyn is just like a sort of a. It was a really generic Welsh name at the time, I suppose.
Oh, right. All right. See, I only really know the word Blodwyn from the prog rock band Blodwyn Pig. So
Yeah.
I'd never really heard it outside that before.
Yeah. Blodwyn is just just a generic name, isn't it? It's just
I think what it sort of is though is the fact that like for all I know, maybe this character calls everybody that. I don't know. Maybe that's just.
It just felt creepy that it was
But the
just
fact
Joe.
that we only see it with Joe is like okay, he kind of feels like he's kind of trying to groom up to her or something like that. I don't know. It's weird, but even so, at least he's only in it for a bit and he dies, which is a laugh.
Well.
Um.
Apparently, the you were saying about the maggots being created from inflated condoms.
Mhm.
Apparently, that's a myth. It was actually party balloons.
Yeah. Well, again.
That's the same sort of thing, basically.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's basically. I was going to read the filming locations. One of them I'm not even going to try.
Oh, go on.
Go on, give it a go.
Well, you had Ogilvy Colliery,
Yeah.
Derry near. Well, in English it says Bargoed, but I'm sure that's
Bargoed.
wrong.
Yeah, Bargoed.
Bargoed. Glamorgan, I can say that
Yeah.
one. Right, here we go. Should I just read it in English and you tell me how it sounds?
You go for it.
Do your best.
It says it's another place in Derry. Troed I Rio Jestin.
Troyd.
Troyd?
Troyd.
Yeah. Oh, Troyd. That's the farm. Troyd. Jestin.
I was halfway there.
Troyd.
How do you spelling that?
Troed
Troyd.
dash Y
Troyd.
E.
dash. Yeah, I got the E bit right.
Yeah.
RHIW
Roy.
Yeah.
space JESTYN.
Jestin.
Jestin. Yeah. Alright.
Jestin.
Troyd. Jestin.
Yeah.
That's the farm.
I was close.
Yeah, not bad.
I got the Troyd E bit right at the beginning.
Most English people, whenever they see a Y in a Welsh word, they don't pronounce it like that.
No, they don't.
So,
Yeah.
well done. Have you heard Ton Revel pronounced Tony Rethel?
Yeah.
It's silly. But there we are. Well done, Chris. Good job.
Thank you. And then you had the Colliery Quarry, which is in the same place in Derry,
Yes.
and the RCA International Factory, Bryn Mawr in Powys.
Yeah. Brimmaur.
Bryn Mawr.
Yeah. Brimmaur.
Maur. Gotta roll the R.
And the last one's absolutely easy. I nearly effed it. But it's it. BBC Television Centre, Studio 3, Shepherd's Bush, London. Now that
Ah,
I've
that's how
nailed.
you pronounce it. Bush.
Bush.
Wow.
I was calling it Shepherd's Bish.
Oh, yeah. No, we were wrong this whole time, we were, see? So.
Yeah. So overall, I think with Green Death, like I said, the production value is ups and downs. I think that it's one of those stories whereby the story outclasses the production.
I would say so. I think that's fair.
And again, I know that what is apparently happening with Joe Grant and Professor Clifford Jones seems a bit quick, but I think if you look at it as a 6-week romance
Yeah, for sure.
for a TV audience,
Yeah.
I don't think it would have. I mean, we watching it as a compressed.
We watch it in a way it was never intended to
Yeah.
be seen, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that for us it's a bit different, but for who are out in, to have a 6-week sort of romance lead up to this.
Yeah.
I thought it was very good. Again, the ADR in this was non-existent, just non-existent. It's everything that looked like cardboard, sounded like cardboard,
You
felt
got
like
that
cardboard.
one mic that's on set, and that's it. That's all you got.
It is strange how, considering how at this moment in time, American productions are already moved that all things are ADR.
Yeah.
And that's the big difference in British and American productions, is that almost every sound on an American production is replaced.
Yeah.
Whereas in this, it's like we keep as much of the sound as we can.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a time saver. It's a money saver.
It would be money saver as well, yeah. Which is the more I think.
Yeah.
They're both important with a turnaround like this, but yeah.
The fact that nobody is mic'd up in this, this is all on boomsticks.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the list of production errors for this it'd take me a minute to read it out. I can tell you, but there's a lot of production.
We were
Yeah.
spotting continuity errors and stuff while it was running, like so.
Yeah.
We're making little jokes.
Go for it. Let's have some.
Hey.
Like I said, I know Joe Grant's jacket.
Bert stole it. I told you. That's
Yeah.
what happened. And when he died, she took
Right.
it back off his corpse.
In episode 1,
Yes.
I'm reading this off the TARDIS wiki page just in case they want to mention. When the infected Di Evans is calling for help on a telephone in the mine, a hand, possibly that of Michael Bryant, the director, appears in the bottom
giving him the
right of the
lines.
screen. Yeah. In episode 5, the Doctor escapes from global chemicals during the day. When Yates is caught, it's dark.
Yep.
The CSO used in episode 3 results in the bottom of the minecart vanishing.
Yep.
When Joe is helping Bert around the corner, she knocks the support strut out of position.
Mm-hmm.
When Joe sits up in the cable car, her helmet doesn't have a lamp, but it suddenly gets one in the medium shot.
Yeah.
When the Doctor picks up the giant fly in the mine, it squeaks, revealing it to be a painted balloon.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
When the characters look through Professor Jones' microscope, the objective is rotated that
Oh
so
yeah,
that
yeah.
none of the lenses actually point the slide.
Yeah, it's twisted around. Yeah. They're looking at nothing.
When Yates breaks James' conditioning, the ladder falls against the wall, which visibly shakes. When Benton rescues Cliff and Joe, the ground shakes and flexes. In the climax, not one but two heavy consoles move as Stevens frantically operates the controls.
Mm-hmm.
In episode 1, Katie Manning accidentally knocks off the triangular crucible holder from the Bunsen burner as she walks through Jones's laboratory,
You point that out.
appearing tear with the sleeve of her coat.
Yeah,
Certain
again,
shots
that's
of the
just Katie
TARDIS.
Manning, I
I
think.
mean, you know,
Yeah.
at this point,
Certain
it's
shots for the
kind of-
TARDIS.
Sorry, go on.
Go on, mate.
No, I always just said her knocking stuff down at this point seems to be canon, so it's fine. Like that's not a mistake. That's just Joe Grant, Katie Manning, the same thing. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
anyway,
Certain shots of the TARDIS revealed it's as simply a prop as the back windows can be faintly seen, and one of you, I think it might have been Chandler, spotted. In episode 6, Boss asked Stevens how Captain Yates managed to break through their therapy, but to both of them he was known as Mr. Yates, so Boss should not have called him
that was
Captain.
that
I
was
know one of
clever
you.
one.
Yeah, he shouldn't have called him Captain Yates because he didn't know him as Captain Yates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't take as long to read as I thought it would. I mean, I did abbreviate a bit
I mean,
in
words
places,
are
but yeah, that,
intimidating.
I think they actually did miss the fact that Katie Manning's coat were missing.
Yeah, they did. I didn't hear it come up.
Yeah.
Yeah, she if you look at it, she gets into the elevator wearing a white
Yeah.
fur, and it gets to the bottom with Bert,
But she's just in the overalls. eh?
Bert the Vert,
Bert the Vert. Huh?
and it's gone.
Herbert.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then later on in a later episode, she just has it back again
Yeah.
spontaneously.
When she back outside.
And so I theorised that she's nicked it off of his dead body because that's the only way she could have done it.
Again, I think a lot of the glowing effects are actually
I think they're
live
cool.
action.
I think they're cool. So I'll give this episode all the crap
In
it
camera.
deserves in the world for its effects, but those glowy green, the Green Death effects are cool. I like those.
Yeah.
It does
Yeah,
look like
really
they're
well
okay
I
for the
the
night,
reason why I think it is, I think it's exactly the same paint material that they use on the bow in Silver Nemesis
but- it could be.
to get the same glowing effect off the bow.
Mm.
I think that's what it is. And again, I do think it is toxic.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was the 70s. Health and safety didn't exist.
I'm willing to bet it's
Yeah.
slightly radioactive.
I would say it's probably a similar substance to what they used for
Probably what the stuff
the
is.
eyes and some of the equipment in Robots of Death.
Yeah, just
Possibly.
take some isotopes, stick them in your eyes. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's probably the same stuff that's in a glow stick. Just rub it on your skin.
No, but we've had this before where they've done veins, mind. They've done veins on people with this sort of stuff, and just had it glow. It is this is the same sort of material that they use for Jor-El's costume in Superman the movie.
That really reflectivey, shiny,
Yeah.
foily looking.
It's that, but you can get it as a paint.
Oh yeah.
And it's because I actually looked it up a while back because I was actually looking for a way to get a better reflective screen.
Sure.
In the end, I just ended up buying a bloody cinema screen.
Yeah.
So that was an experience, but I wanted to find something whereby because I needed something that I could do front and rear projection with, and it turns out you can buy this paint and it's just like it is, 3M reflective material in a can.
Cool.
So it's expensive, but I would imagine that given that they were only using blotches of this stuff, and they were rubbing it on people, I'm assuming that that's what they did. It wouldn't surprise me if they blended it with some sort of hand cream and just went, rub that on you. It wouldn't surprise me. It just genuinely wouldn't surprise me. I mean, overall, the production on this is, I think, what's the next one? Time Warrior, isn't it? Is the next one?
Yes.
Don't know why you're looking at me.
Yeah, I think that's the next one in the series. Chris, are you here next week to say or not?
No, I'm not here next week. Because we'll be doing this while people are sleeping in this room.
Oh right, yeah. Okay, so that's not a problem. We'll forego.
Wake them up, have them on the show as well. Have them sit in, give their opinions. Go on, it'll be fun.
But I think. So next week we might give next week a skip unless you fancy jumping in, and we'll do something next week.
We can do something next week, sure.
Yeah, because again we done the Master last week.
Yeah.
We covered the Master. Maybe we'll cover something else.
Have a Doctor Who discussion or something.
Yeah.
To fill the void while Chris's absence is doing.
Can do.
his
Have a chat for an hour.
Yeah.
Need a big fill in for that.
They're big shoes, but I feel like I can step up. I feel like I can do it.
So, the music in this, I think blends pretty well with the production. Because again, Chris, I think nothing stood out though. There was nothing special. There was no special score here.
Nothing in particular.
I think you pointed out though that there was this when he had the death scene, and they actually did introduce the sort of the bird noises into that element of that the next scene. So it managed a lot of things really well, I think. It's not the best production we've seen though.
No.
And I'm comparing it to what we've seen this season as well. I think it's time to award this a score out of 10. So, Chris, do you want to go first? Where would you rate this out of 10?
I am gonna give this 6.5, and my reasons for doing so is it loses a lot of points for some of the glaring production errors, and the effects that, like Chandler said, they could have done so much better. Even for the time period, they could have done better, which would have knocked it down quite a bit. But lifting it back up is the story, because I liked the way that was still fairly subtle, and also I thought the supporting cast were excellent. Whether they were locals or soldiers or actors or whatever, there was no one that really stood out as, oh, that was pretty bad. The hoity-toities were hoity-toity. All of our cast were usual selves, and for the most part, the people portraying villagers, miners, and that they carried it off. I mean, the worst accent in the entire thing was John Pertwee's Welsh accent when he was the milkman. Other than that, nothing really stood out badly.
The thing is, when it comes to the accents in this, the accent of Nancy, she's a little bit all over the place.
She's putting on a little bit thick in places.
And again, Bert and Di tend to be very mid Wales mid to west.
Yeah, I'd say so.
And again, the milkman as well was again leaning on thick, and we didn't really know what the hell was up with that character.
Maybe he was just there to give the this guy's later on.
Yeah, no,
force
he
ability.
definitely
Do you know what I
was, but the character himself had attitude,
mean? He did, yeah.
and it was just like, there's no, I don't understand why.
Maybe it's so that if you know when the doctor starts giving lines, you know the guys there aren't suspicious over it or anything. But I don't think so, because he's clearly
I don't know, because and he was, yeah, but he was abrasive.
he was, yeah. Maybe they were gonna do something with him.
But
Possibly.
possibly.
Got cut or something.
Yeah, it could be that he went in a completely different direction.
Could have.
In the first draft, he was an abrasive milkman. Of all
Could
the
have been
things,
a victim or something like that, or it could have been.
I don't know
something
because he was serving the mine.
Yeah.
And he was serving Global Chemicals.
else. Yeah, so he's kind of an intermediary.
If
or
anything, he
something.
was the only person that was benefiting from this.
Maybe the milkman was the real villain this whole time.
Or maybe the co-op was the real villain.
Yeah.
Of course,
It
other
was the
supermarkets are
Yeah.
available.
That's
Yeah.
it. It was
And that's what that still has surprised me from a BBC production.
yeah.
To be promoting a particular company over another is not a BBC thing to do. If I'm gonna score this, I think you go first.
Well, me first. In an attempt to be as sympathetic to the art of television and filmmaking as I can be, and given the turnaround and the budget restrictions they had, I'm gonna give it a well-deserved 6 out of 10. I feel
Okay.
that's me.
Is it well? I mean, where are you losing? Where's his losing points for you?
I'm trying to be a bit more lax on the visuals. I think
You don't have to be because
they are a factor. They are knocking it down for me. I think the story's good. I don't think it's great. I just think it's a good story, but I wouldn't go like above a 7 or out of 10 for the story alone.
What could they have done to have improved the story?
I think it could have been a little bit more concise at times. I don't know if the story needed to be as long as it was. There's a lot of people getting captured, running about, mind control business. I feel like you could have condensed some things here and there.
Yeah.
The whole robot, the computer, I would have liked a more clear direction on what was happening there. I'm aware of the fact that I could have just missed things because I was talking while the episode was on. But there were certain things that I just didn't follow with, really. Like the milkman, like the robot kind of losing his nuts at the end. I don't know what was happening with a lot of those things. Like I couldn't see the clear direction.
I don't know. I see it right. I think that there are times whereby they do let the audience make up their own mind as to what's happening,
That's
and
fair enough.
that is done a lot. But I found it odd that they were making a choice of leaving certain things out here,
Yeah.
but also
Including
reiterating
other
stuff
things,
over
yeah.
and over.
And I think there are plot elements that I think aren't necessarily relevant or as relevant as they could have been.
Yeah.
I think there are other times when you could have taken stuff out of this episode, and it would have probably serviced it better. I think a lot of the cinematography is good, but there are also some weird shots in it. I don't really understand, and maybe that's on me.
They don't. I've noticed they didn't do any crash zooming in this.
They did one.
They
They did one
didn't
when
do-
the lift opens and the what's his name, Stevens.
Oh, Stevens is
Yeah,
in
they
there.
flew
Yeah,
up to
they
his
did. They
face.
did. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but other than that, and the effects got to knock it down a bit for me. So I'm gonna give it around 6 overall. I think it's good. I just think it could have been better. That's where I said.
Would this have been better a four-parter?
I think so. I think it would have been.
But if it was going to be a four-parter,
Mm.
do you think it would have paid off the relationship between Joe and the professor the same way?
I think I think if you'd have cut other things out, you could have made more time for some of that. I think it would have worked just as well. I do think it would have worked just as well. Because you wouldn't have had to have had him be in bed a lot.
Right, I'm
You know?
gonna try to justify that.
Sure.
I think that in the first part of it,
Yeah.
is that these two first meeting is this calamity,
Yeah.
which is how they banging noise off each other.
Yes.
The second part of this is them wanting to spend time together and caring about each other in that whole scene where they're in front of the fire.
Yeah.
The third part of it is Joe wanting to take care of him. It's the whole nurse. What do they call it? The Florence Nightingale effect.
Aye. Yeah.
And I think that's what leads to what we get in the final part of this.
Mhm.
is that that's what I think we do need that a moment of her looking after him,
Okay.
because when you get that scene where they're in the house in the house together and they're all having food, and they get that moment whereby he grabs her hand,
Mhm.
and we get that clear insert shot of him grabbing her hand.
Yeah.
I think that's him showing affection for her,
I agree.
and she's not backing away.
No.
And when that happens, whereby he's trying to protect her in the mine, it's him being unconscious. It's her protecting him
Yeah.
when he's in bed, and I think that it's just the other side of it. I don't. I think if you took that out,
Okay. Well, I think so. Going off of that, I still think even with that said, you probably can still cut 40 minutes out of this episode, and it
Or
wouldn't
potentially.
be that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying you want to keep the Joe Grant stuff because
Yes.
the episode's about her really
Yes.
at the end of the day. But in that case, you can cut certain things with what the bad guys are doing and their mind control stuff. You can cut certain characters that are just completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
You can cut a lot of the stuff like down in the mines and things. So I think that you can shorten this, and it might. I think making it tight that would make it better, in my opinion. That's
yeah,
just me.
I'm not going to disagree with any of that. I think that there are things you can sharpen up on, but I'm gonna also. I don't want to defend too much out of this, but I'm gonna hand off the fact that it is a different style of storytelling to modern storytelling.
Yeah, it's a lot more serialized. And,
No, it's just a pace better.
Do you know what I mean? But it's long form and it's well, yeah, like it's like old. I don't mean serialized as in
I
modern
mean,
TV
no,
shows.
but I mean, like
I
with
mean,
this, there's
like a
fewer
serial,
edits.
Yeah.
It's at a different pace.
Yes, I get that.
Like with a lot of today's stuff, it's a lot of quick edits and flashbang.
Yeah.
Whereas I think with this was actually easing you into the story. I'm not sure in the same way that it does with a horror film, where it puts you onto a certain.
There are definitely things in the first episode of this story that set the tone. I think there definitely is an element of
Yeah.
that.
Because I think
But,
with that,
yeah.
I mean, Chris, when we were watching Demons, that opening to Demons was actually more horror based.
Oh yeah, definitely.
With that particular opening to the episode. If I'm gonna give this a point,
Sure.
I don't see. The thing I'm trying to balance here
Mhm.
is, yes, I can acknowledge that the visual effects in this are a product of the time.
And a pretty bad product of the
They
time of that.
well, I mean, it's new tech, but
Yeah.
they didn't get it right. Have we got better examples of them doing this? I think we do.
Sure.
I think we do have better examples of them doing CSO. That is, because I mean I'm thinking of things like Claws of Axos where they're walking around the spaceship. The fringing's better. The lighting I think is done better. The separation's better. The sound design in this was pretty bad. So I'm gonna knock points off there. John Pertwee's accent.
Amazing. 10 out of 10. Best Doctor Who ever.
It's if how do you gauge it?
He's a professional actor, and he should do better.
No, but I mean, like
That's
what I'm
how I
saying. What I'm
gauge
saying is like, how do you gauge it? Like in the same perspective of Katie Manning butchering Llanfair Fach.
It's
I mean that is how Joe Grant should have said it.
yeah, I see that with the Doctor.
He's not Welsh.
He can get away with it because
That's what.
He's not even human.
yeah, I think no, but what I mean is like the Doctor can look silly and it works for him. Like he can kind of blunder his way
But that's what
through
I'm saying.
the
I
situation.
mean, Chris, as somebody who isn't Welsh, how do you find his take on that accent when you know obviously to our years.
I was buckling in the corner, but I don't know how you were reacting to it. You know what I mean?
It wasn't a good Welsh accent. I mean, I've known Welsh people since I was a baby, and and I spend 3 or 4 hours a week talking to you, Carwyn. So I do hear the Welsh accent a lot. All he didn't do was go, "Hello, lovely." That's the only thing. It's the only thing he forgot that would have topped off a bad Welsh accent.
Yeah.
So, no, like if you'd have played me that with no visuals, I'd have said that sounds like someone doing a crap Welsh
Yeah.
accent.
So I mean, there's moments in this of sheer brilliance,
Mm.
and there's moments. I said this before we even watched it. It's ups and
you
downs.
did,
It's ups and downs this episode, and to me, I'm gonna give it a little bit more because I think that the pacing, I think, of this episode, it is a six-parter. I don't know what they could have added to this to have bettered it. I know that like I didn't like Boss.
Yeah.
Towards the end, Boss throughout was okay. Boss episode 6 was like
Or
the ship is sinking.
or you do the thing they did in the last episode, but you do it throughout.
Yeah.
You stick to one of them.
Yeah,
I mean-
but having an insane computer.
I don't mind him kind of being quirky and weird.
But yeah, so but I think
yeah.
you see what I mean when I said he's kind of like Epideme.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm gonna give it 6.7.
You're just being awkward, aren't you?
I don't. It's not good enough for me to give it 7, but it's not bad enough for me to give it 6.5. And the reason why.
You're in this.
The reason why is because, if you take a point off for the visual effects,
Aye.
if you take a point off for them struggling with, even if it was insert shots from after production,
The reshoots or whatever.
all the CSO stuff. So let's band all that together. That's a point off. If you take off the audio as well for things like squeaky foam and all that stuff, so we know down to 8. If you take off bad scenarios like for example John Pertwee's accent or Boss going nuts for no reason, or all these little things, so we know down to 7 points.
Mm.
There's really not a hell of a lot left to really knock out of this.
Sure. I mean, if you don't have a problem with things like the pacing of it because it's kind of its time.
Again,
Or
yeah, I
if you know.
can make adjustments for the pacing,
Yeah.
but it's only a niggle.
Yeah. I get you.
It's not enough to
It's
go.
not enough to go. All right. That's
This was
knocking it
brutally paced and boring throughout because it wasn't.
down. No.
So by the time we got to episode 6, it was like, this is paced well enough for me to go. Do you know what? I'm not bored by this.
I'm looking at it going, yeah, we're kind of wrapping up now. Seems about right. And
Yeah.
It's been alright.
So
yeah.
so even though they could tighten up on some of these things,
I
maybe
think so.
reduce it to a 5 part instead of a 6.
I think you could do 4, but it really depends. Like, I mean, you're talking to somebody who spends a lot of his time in the editing room.
But
cutting
again,
stuff
yeah,
out.
but look, I think you look at it from a modern editing
am.
point of view.
I am, and I'm willing to sort of admit that and
And
step
you
back
know
from
you
it.
stretch you have to stretch out for 22-minute part episodes.
Yes.
So I think that if I'm gonna even knock the niggles off there, I still
But
come at 6.7.
I'm not concerned about how it affects the rest of the season. Just the story in and of itself, I definitely feel like could have been a lot tighter. That's just how I'm seeing it. That's how I'm
Yeah, but
looking at it.
that's what I'm saying. I don't think that the
If you don't
story.
think so, definitely
I
not.
don't think the story needs to be tightened up on that aspect of
Fair
it.
enough then.
I think that the things that it needs to be tightened up on are the things that don't make sense in the story.
I see. Yeah, I see where you're coming from with that.
I don't think there's a pacing issue here.
No.
I think that the issue is genuinely
Okay.
why is this happening in the first place? Like where did Boss come from? Who built Boss? And I would argue that, to me personally, I think that this is a story that might have been put aside for the Master that they couldn't execute because Delgado passed away.
Maybe.
And I mean, he passed away after this was produced. So I got a feeling that maybe this was supposed to be something that was being put into place for the Master to come back to in like next season, and to have him be like the person behind it. Unfortunately, Delgado passed away just after this episode was produced, in the interim period between this episode and the next season.
Or maybe it just wasn't very well thought out.
No, but I mean, it could be. But that's what I'm saying. The where did Boss come from? Who put Boss together? Who built that machine?
Why is it doing stuff?
It was just like it wasn't even an alien machine.
No.
So we don't know what was behind it, and we've never had an answer to it.
Yep.
So that's
But I've put all the scores into the ratings computer,
Mhm.
Yeah.
or as some people call it, a calculator, and if you put them all in together, it's between the three of us, it's given this episode an average score of 6.4.
There we are. I think that's
It's probably fair.
look. It's still a good episode.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But I think that all the points of the downers here, um, I think all the things that it does really really well
Mm.
look amazing.
I feel like it's easy for us to kind of, for you and me especially, to kind of go on a bit about, well, this could have been better, or going on about this thing. But, it's worth mentioning, like, the episode is overall a good episode. It's
Yeah.
just, there are things that kind of let it down, and that's just, it's same with any episode, but this thing has a certain couple of things. I don't want to rag on it. It's a good story. It's just, there's some things in it that are,
As a theatrical piece,
sure.
as a purely if they were just doing this in a rehearsal room,
Hmm.
this would have worked.
I think so.
I think this would have worked as a stage play, as a theatrical piece.
Yeah.
But you're still left with Boss, which is still a conundrum
Yeah, there are
and an enigma.
Look, the thing is, you can strip away all the, like, I'm complaining mostly about the visuals and the audio and stuff like that. Once you strip all that away, you just got the story. And honestly, the story isn't perfect.
No.
There are still problems with the story itself. So it's it's what it is, but it's still overall.
It's still good.
It's good. It's just not great, in my opinion. That's,
Well, yeah, I mean, anything over 6 is a good score
Absolutely.
for something.
Yeah.
It's
And
when you get to
yeah.
when you get to below 5, you're starting to go, oh, this is
it's
pretty
kind of
bad.
below,
It's just the fact that I don't know that we need to qualify it.
No.
It's just the fact is, Chris, you know yourself where we've rated stuff before. People have a love-hate quality these days, whereby you either
either
think
good-
this
it's
is the
either
best in
great.
the world or it's absolute trash.
Exactly.
And I think we've watched enough of good, bad Doctor Who, whereby we can go, you know what, I like this, even though it's not the best.
Yeah.
And because you can watch an episode of Doctor Who, like I'm trying to think of the one I watched recently, whereby it's not a particularly good episode, but it's one that I just go, I still like it.
I mean, there's no accounting for taste, as I always say, and at the end of the day,
Well, I mean, like,
sometimes you just like something. It's,
let's have a think, yeah. I mean, Resurrection of the Daleks isn't a particularly good episode.
no, but I do like it.
It's it's just one of those things that you just like anchor onto. I mean, what's the one? Oh God, I'm trying to think now. Kinder,
Or like the egg.
the episode Kinder. It's not a particularly good episode,
Sure.
but because it's a minimal cast, it's a minimal story.
And it comes with a toy inside, right?
No,
Okay.
but it's one of those things whereby the guy going absolutely nuts and berserk in the episode where he loses his mind is kind of brilliant. And it's one of those stories whereby this is potentially crap, but I still like it.
I mean, yeah, exactly. You never know. There's elements of everything that you can latch onto. I don't think this episode has any danger of going into that zone. I think it is a solid episode of Doctor Who.
Yeah.
It just has things in it that I'm not.
No. We could accept the production flaws in this.
Yeah.
It's
or just the flaws in it.
it's literally that there are flaws to the storytelling in this.
Yeah.
But it's still not bad.
I think if you're going to send out Joe Grant in the way that you do, great.
Mhm.
Good send off. I think the story has a decent villain. I wish you could have known more about him, but
It is a very Bond-esque villain, though, isn't
yeah,
it?
It's a very Bond-esque era of the show.
Yeah, but I mean, like with this though, I mean, Chris, we've had several episodes now whereby people have been mind manipulated.
Yeah, we have.
I mean, they've kind of beat this one down now, haven't they?
Yeah, it has been a fair feature of Pertwee's era. Just before we move off too much, we're talking about scores for things and that, and what's good and what's bad. If I was to take the critical head off and stop looking at the stuff that you've kind of taught me to look at, like the lighting and things like that, if I was going to base all of Pertwee's era that we've watched thus far on enjoyment factor, everything I've watched would be high 8s and 9s.
Good.
because I've really enjoyed watching them, regardless of all the flaws.
Yeah.
You know, I'm marking stuff by having to think about it. If I wasn't paying it deep thought and I was going on whether I liked it or not, yeah, mostly everything would be 9 point something because I really do like
Yeah.
the show and the writing, even with its flaws. So, but yeah, mind control has been quite a thing. But a lot of that has been to do with the master as well.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen a lot of the next series, like Pertwee's final series. So I'm not sure if that's going to be an ongoing thing or not yet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of yeah. I mean, there is. I mean, we got Planet of Spiders coming up, so that's gonna be prominently a Control episode.
Yeah, that's very mind control. That
Um,
one. Yeah, that's the turn left of its day,
Yeah.
isn't it? So
So that's one. I mean, the next one we got is the Time Warrior, which is sort of the intro. I guess yeah, it's the introduction of the Sontarans, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to that episode because I haven't seen it in a while. I mean this just have a quick before we go. So yeah. I need to move to. So yeah. I believe it's. What have I done? How are you supposed to navigate this garbage? I got Chris in the middle of the.
Yeah, it's just floating around.
Ooh. No, saying that. Brace yourself, Chris. Because we have got a Time Warrior next. But we've also, following that, we've got Invasion of the Dinosaurs. Which is a 6-part calamity.
I've not seen Invasion of the Dinosaurs, but I've seen bits of it, and I know what to expect.
You will remember how great it was watching something like Jason and the Argonauts with sort of Ray Harryhausen's effects, wizardry. It's not that. It's not that.
That was starting to bode well for a minute there. I was like, oh really?
No, do you remember Finger Mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not what you think, Chandler.
Look, it's fine. Anyway. Good.
So coming up, we have got the Time Warrior, Invasion of the Dinosaurs, Death to the Daleks, the Monster of Peladon, a great one, absolutely great one. I mean, what a one to follow it up, and then Planet of Spiders, and that is going to be our end for Pertwee, whereby for the following that week, we're going to be doing a roundup of the Pertwee period, and then I guess after that we're going to be doing some other stuff as well before going back to Hartnell. So
this will be the first Doctor we've done in its
entirety.
In his entire run. Yeah.
No, second. We also did Eccleston.
Oh yeah, we did Eccleston, didn't we? Yeah.
Yeah. So that.
Sorry, I was talking about the real Doctors.
The real Doctors that stuck around.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this will be our second one. In its entirety. But I think we made a good choice to go back to Pertwee and cover Pertwee era. I mean, we've literally covered 5 years of Doctor Who.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's great because I hadn't seen many of these because when it restarted in 2005 and I was showing my boys about what Doctor Who was, I went back to Tom Baker because that was my Doctor, and I knew there was other stuff, and I got all the episodes through various nefarious means.
Yes.
But I haven't watched a lot of Hartnell, and I haven't watched a lot of Troughton.
Yeah, I think
that was because there was stuff missing. I knew there was going to be gaps.
I think I mean we're lucky in the fact that we've got more Hartnell than we have of Troughton. Troughton's the one with the big gaps in. We're lucky that we're getting some back now via the animation.
Yeah.
But I mean, with Hartnell, the stuff that we are missing, I mean, obviously, it'd be great to have Marco Polo back as an episode. It would be great to have all these other ones that we are missing, which is it's not many. I think we're missing. What's the oh God. I don't know how many. I think we're missing maybe overall. I want to say 6 episodes. I think and
Out of like a 3-year run, really.
no. I mean like we talking like out of all the missing ones.
All right.
I think we're missing Web Planet. Oh God, what's the one with the romance?
Yes.
Doctor Who and the Romans.
That's the one.
But we're missing that. But I think when we go back to doing Hartnell, we are going to have a really good time because I think that he doesn't get enough of a look in. I don't think that people appreciate the stories that were being told at the time. I don't think they appreciate how serious he was being treated compared to how
Just for your information, before the Web Planet, which is Series 2, Episode 13, Series 2, Episode 12 is called The Romans.
Yeah.
So it might be the one you're
it
thinking
could
of.
be, yeah, it could be. I don't really have an encyclopedia in my head for this stuff, but it's
Yes, you nailed it. Well done.
yeah, it's a win.
Hey, unlike the Romans.
But yeah, Hartnell doesn't get as much of an appreciation as I think he should.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of times whereby it gets overlooked because it's the 60s, and I think it's he's the older Doctor, and he's not really the action Doctor, and he's not really, there's a lot more excitable stuff happening in much later periods. With Troughton, because Troughton's a more physical guy, because he's more of a physical comedian as a performer. John Pertwee is the more action guy. Tom Baker's this more dynamic bohemian.
Yep.
Tom Baker is Doctor Who. Let's not forget that.
I
either.
mean, Peter Davison is a bit more runaround.
Yeah.
Colin Baker has a bit more dark edge to him.
Yeah.
Not his outfit.
Not his outfit,
His
no.
outfit is anything but dark.
No, but the character
also
does.
give
The
that to
character has
Macaulay as
a
well.
bit more of a great in character to him. 7th is introducing more mystery.
Yeah.
8 is a shame. 9, it's true though.
It is, and 9 also is as well, but at least he gets a crack. And
Yeah, I mean, 10 is the new romantic.
he's like Dreamboat Doctor.
You have to say. I mean, 11 is definitely more the he's the young grandpa, I suppose.
He's Tom Baker to Electric Boogaloo.
12 is again.
12 is like a midlife crisis dad with a guitar and a pair of sunglasses. That's pretty much.
It's
12.
I mean that's a hard one for me. Peter Capaldi.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a good outing at the end.
And I think 13 is a woman.
I don't think that's the defining trait.
I think that is. I can't
No.
think of anything else that she does. She's nice.
No, she's the Harry Potter,
Maybe.
the wand
Magic
waver.
Wand, yeah.
Because if you to like draw the silhouette of every Doctor,
Yeah.
like Tom Baker, you draw the person, the hat, the scarf.
Yeah.
You know,
you just have to draw with the.
yeah, hers she's just standing like that.
Yeah.
You know, if you can mark them out in a silhouette like that, and that's the defining trait. It's like, oh,
It would be like Capaldi holding his sunglasses or something.
well, you know that 7th Doctor's just gonna be standing there with holding the umbrella.
Yeah.
You know.
Probably with an explosion behind him because he's an absolute boss.
But I think, yeah, I mean, Hartnell gets a rough outing because not a rough outing, but he gets a good outing, but he gets a rough treatment from Whovians, or gets left behind.
He doesn't get a great look in from
Yeah.
the fans. Yeah.
Because I don't know why, because some of his stories are absolutely brilliant.
Agree.
Absolutely brilliant. And like I said, you get the first proper Doctor Who badass moment from Hartnell. You know, I still stick by it. That the moment where he's facing up in War Machines, where he's facing up against Wotan, and he's literally this death machine has just annihilated the army, comes bursting out of this warehouse, and it's coming trundling down the road towards Hart, and he just steps out into the middle of the road, turns around with his cape on, just puts his hands on his thing, and it's just like, bring it on. And I'm like, holy hell. It's like, that is excuse my language here, but that is the shit. Anyway, that's gonna do it for us. Next week, obviously, if you're available, we'll do something next week. But obviously for us, Chris, it's gonna be the Time Monster the week after.
Indeed.
So we will enjoy that before we have to endure Invasion of the Dinosaurs.
I wish you luck.
It's gonna be ups and downs. It's a shame. I've got
more downs than ups.
Well, I'm gonna say, like, I think, you know, the next season for Pertwee, I know it's his bow out season. I don't think it's as strong as the seasons we previously had. I think that's the way to look at it. I think we have got some good stuff there. Monster of Peladon is a good one. We've got Time Monster, which I think is a good one. Death of the Daleks is a bit shaky. But yeah. Anyway, have a good one. We shall see you soon for more Doctor Who. Take care.
See you later.